I know some of us are just coming, so I'm trying to while away time so you can sit down and actually enjoy every minute of this. We are already 1 hour behind schedule. So please, let's sit down as quickly as possible. Help us so we can help you. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Let me welcome you to the second edition of the music conference. When Joseph Abiagom came to me last year with ideas for this conference, it was something I leaped at because there's so much being done in the space of the music industry. There is a lot of talent, but as they say, talent really is not much good if you do not have structures, if you do not have education, because that talent needs to be formed. And the events such as this are one step towards that goal of adding structure to the industry, letting people see what could be, really, what could be, what should be. We can only maintain the momentum of this industry if we put the structures in place. And once again, this is where events such as this come very much into play, to let people understand what the industry is about. We were just commenting as I came up here now that it's a business, really. And we need to understand the nature of that business. It's not just a hobby that some people are wasting their time doing. It's not something to be embarrassed about. No, it's a real business, and it's a business that contributes to development, to growth. And so this edition of the music conference is taking on one of the new challenges of today's world, AI. Everybody is scared about what AI is going to do, and people are worried that it's going to take away jobs. But it's very useful. It's proven very useful. And what we should be focusing on is how we can capitalize on it and use it to further growth. So this is what the theme of this year's conference is about, AI and the music industry. And I hope that you will all find very useful, very enlightening, the various panel sessions that we will have. In the same way, like we did last year, the conference has two parts. The one here in the main auditorium, where we will have panel sessions from industry experts. And then the other aspect of it, the academic conference, where papers will be presented on the various aspects, or rather the various themes of this year's event. One of the things we're very proud about this year is that we're going to be able to launch the book from last year's conference. Okay, so sometime today, as the conference is going on, we will take a few minutes to introduce you to the book, the publications from the papers of last year. It is hoped that this year's conference also will end up as a book, as a way of really providing material for studying our industry in greater depth. So once again, I welcome you. Thank you all very much for coming. And I apologize that we're starting a bit late. It's not our culture at all. Real apologies for that, but okay, things happen. Welcome, and I do hope you have a fantastic day in the music conference of this year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Please, another round of applause for our dean. Truly, truly, music is beautiful, music is creative, but then it's a business. And as with every business, there is a serious sense to it. And that's what the industry experts are going to be putting us through today with a mix of AI. So I'll bring in the next speaker to give a keynote address. And I met him just before the speech so he can pronounce his name right for me. So I'm going to say it now. He is a seasoned leader in the music and entertainment industry, bringing over 15 years of experience to his current role as Managing Director Africa for Empire Publishing. In this capacity, he represents some of the most influential songwriters and producers in African music, including Ashake, Fireboy DML, Blaze Beats, Nif Keys, and Cook Beats. His expertise and vision have cemented his reputation as a driving force in the African music ecosystem. He is the founder of the Masters of the Industry, MOTI, and the Create Creative Agency, platforms that empower creatives and promote Africa's unique entertainment content on a global scale. His work spans publishing, sourcing, licensing, curation, monetization, and distribution of audio and visual content with mobile platforms, online streaming services, independent record labels, artists, and publishers across the continent. Now, as part of his commitment to education and empowerment, he recently launched MOTI Verified, a new series of educational content developed in collaboration with the African Leadership Academy. This initiative, available through several platforms, offers creatives essential tools and insights to navigate the complexities of the music business. His passion for creators' rights is evident in his advocacy work. He spearheaded the Happy Endings initiative, inspired by the story of Solomon Linda, the composer of Mbube. His mission to address copyright issues was further fueled by Netflix's The Lion's Share documentary. The project saw him remake Mbube to highlight the importance of fair treatment for African creators and to prevent past injustices from recurring. With a career that includes key leadership roles such as A&R Manager, Africa at Sony Music Publishing and Head of Operations Africa and Content Connect Africa. He has played an instrumental role in shaping the industry, and his influence extends across Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding applause, please put your hands together for Munyaratsi Chanetsa as he makes his way to the stage to give his keynote speech.
Wally. Multi. O. Multi. T. Multi. I. Multi. Tell him again.
Good morning, everyone. How are you today? It's a pleasure to be here. School of Media and Communication. It's an absolute pleasure to be here speaking at your second edition. It's an honor, but first and foremost, I want to thank the team for bringing me here. And I want to thank you guys for making the time to be here this morning. You know, I know that sometimes when it comes to the business side of things, it's usually left behind. So a round of applause for yourselves, please. So I know, if you heard when I started, that's my theme song. I'm a big fan of WWE wrestling, you know, since I grew up. And I always wanted to have my own theme song, so you guys got a taste of it before. That's the most creative part of me that you'll feel today. From threat to tool, the AI evolution in music. Hello? Okay. So, we start off by introducing myself. I mean, our MC did a beautiful job of a very long description of all the things that I've done thus far in the industry, but ultimately, I'm the managing director of Empire Publishing. I'm seen as a music industry leader, and I'm a passionate and advocate for education within the music business space. I mean, ultimately, I like just to say, you can just Google me and you can find out the rest. Has anyone seen my TED Talk here? No? No? The way I like to interact, I like to hear interaction. So, yeah, or we need to change that today. So please, guys, if you want to know me, you can check my TED Talk, no stress. Masters of the Industry. So Masters of the Industry, also known as MOTI, is an online platform that I created in 2022 after being in the industry for, I'm actually closer to 20 years in the industry now. After discovering how little people adhere to business principles in the music business space, I found that there wasn't a dedicated platform where someone could just go to if they wanted to understand what you should do if you wanted to enter the music space. So then I conceived Masters of the Industry, also known as MOTI. So through MOTI, it delivers lectures, masterclass interviews, as well as a MOTI-verified series where I was honored to take 9 students in South Africa through the journey of what a musician should do, which included split sheets, it included registering with the collection management organizations, it included legal, it included the importance of branding. All this content is available on the MOTI platform. Additionally, there are resources such as the MOTI Music Business Template, which will guide you and ask you the questions that you need to answer in order for you to take this as a business. For composers and songwriters, there's a digital split sheet available for you to use, readily available for you to use anywhere, anytime, if you're in studio or driving anywhere. songwriters and producers. Number one, we protect your copyright. If you've produced a song, if you've written a song, that is your copyright, that is your intellectual property. And our job is to make sure no one uses it without compensating you or without your permission. Number two, the second thing that we do is we make sure that you get your royalties. A lot of songwriters and producers are not aware that there are royalties that are due to you for making a song. Every time that song is utilized, whether it's in an open space, whether it is played on radio, whether it is streamed, there's a percentage of royalties that is accrued and that is due to you for making the song. A lot of songwriters and producers believe it's just a transaction where you get paid for your labor. However, that's not the case. Outside of the cost of being paid for your labor of actually creating the music, you also get your royalties as well. So our job is to make sure you get your royalties. Are we together? Lovely. The third thing we do is we look for what we call sync deals, synchronization. The definition of synchronization is when you put music to moving pictures. And examples of this are adverts, there's music. In movies, you often hear music in that. In TV shows, there's music. In computer games, how many people play FIFA here? That is a platform where we are responsible for making the music that you hear in FIFA. We look for those opportunities to place your music in games such as FIFA or Grand Theft Auto, which is soon coming. That is the third role of a publisher. And then the fourth role is to keep you busy as a songwriter and as a producer. So that means getting you into spaces where you can write or you can produce for other performing artists. If you as a songwriter and producer are also an artist, we would also, we open up the stable of the roster of songwriters and producers that we have to you as well, so that you can also benefit from it. So that is the role of a publisher. Are we together? Fantastic, guys. Now let's get on to today's topic of conversation. AI, the evolution in music. Quite a scary topic for some, but after this conversation, I'm hoping that I'll alleviate some of your fears. Every generation thinks the next innovation will end music as we know it. When the cassette was introduced, they said it would kill live music. When the CD came, they said it would kill the cassette. And then we had MP3s, and people screamed, it's the death of the album. Then came streaming, where we are now. And now we are at artificial intelligence. And once again, the fear is loud. This is going to replace artists. It's going to destroy creativity. But let me say this. AI is not here to kill music. It's here to test us. It's here to challenge us. And maybe it's here to help us. Today, we'll explore what AI really is, why music has always feared innovation, and what's broken in our industry, especially in Africa, and how AI might just be the tool that can help fix it. So if we rewind, in the 1950s and 60s, live music was king. But then came vinyl, records, and cassettes. Suddenly, people could take music home. Artists, radio stations, and promoters panicked. The same thing happened with CDs, MP3, as well as iTunes and streaming platforms. Each innovation is labeled a threat. But what actually happens? We find that music spreads. New stars emerge. Entire new industries are born. Fear is a pattern, but so is growth. So let's take the fear out for a second. Artificial intelligence isn't magic. It's not a scary robot that's here to steal your jobs. AI is pattern recognition. AI is data. AI is analysis. And AI is speed. We're already interacting with AI daily in ways that we are not we may not know. When you hear a recommended playlist on Spotify, that's AI. When YouTube auto-generates captions for you, that's AI. When a tool helps you master your track or separates, that is AI. And yes, we're aware that AI can now create lyrics, beats, vocals, and even music videos, but only if we tell it how. You see, as a creative, AI still needs us. It mirrors us. It learns from us. So the question isn't, will AI replace me? The question should be, how can I use AI? So in Africa, we have a demographic advantage, unlike anywhere else in the world. Are you aware that by 2030, Africa is projected to have a population of over 1.7 billion people? And not only that, but it will be the youngest population in the world, with over 60% of the population under the age of 25. Were you aware of that? Now think about this. Young people consume music more than any other group. They live stream platforms, social media, shorts, and music-driven experiences. If many of you are aware, I think in America, Kai Cenat recently launched a streaming university, the first of its kind. This means there is massive opportunity for music consumption from the continent, which equates to the opportunity to make money. But money can only be made if things are done properly from the get-go. If rights are organized, if metadata is clean, if ownership is clear, if artists are educated and systems are transparent. Otherwise, we face the risk of having the most streamed content, however, with the least paid creators. So let's talk about the crisis on our continent, the real problem. The problem isn't AI that's threatening artists in Africa. What's threatening our artists and creators in Africa is confusion, poor metadata, lack of education. You know, rights are all, there's a lot of music rights that are unregistered from the continent. So that means royalties, which I as a publisher are unable to pay out. I believe it was actually noted that there's a thing called the black box, and this is where uncollected royalties go. And globally, the black box is valued at $3 billion right now. And that's uncollected royalties from composers and songwriters. Our collection management organizations are under-resourced. Our databases are a mess. Copyright laws are outdated. Meanwhile, we have artists uploading songs to platforms every single day. I believe there's close to almost 50,000 songs that are uploaded on Spotify daily. But they don't fully understand. There's no contracts that have been signed, and even if there is a contract, the contracts aren't read. We're not broke on this continent as creators because music isn't good. I think we've proved our point that globally we're a force to be reckoned with. We have mastered creativity. However, our system is broken, and we have not mastered the business of music. This is a report that was put out by SAMRO. SAMRO is South Africa's Music Rights Organization. They've been in operation in South Africa for 60 years. They represent the performing rights for some composers and authors. Their job, and for you to understand, performing rights are basically, to define it simply, is anywhere where music is used publicly. If you go to a hotel and music is playing in the elevator, in the hotel, if you go to a restaurant where music is played on radio, these are what we see as a public performance. And SAMRO's job is to monitor and to license these platforms and to collect money for the licenses. From 2024, it is seen that SAMRO collected 622 million rand. We need to do the conversion in can someone do the conversion in dollars for me? What is that in dollars? Out of the 622, they were able to distribute 429 million rand. Did someone calculate what did it come? What's 600 million rand in dollars? $34 million. And then 429 million rand was what was able to distribute. So what does that come up to in dollars? 24 million. Around 24 million. So that means around 200 million rand they were unable to distribute. And that is due to the fact that creators are either, there's no split sheets, creators are unregistered, or they haven't updated their details on the systems. And yet this is money that could be reinvested into your craft, which you should be reinvesting into your craft. This is money you've already worked for that is literally sitting uncollected. And the same goes in different territories. How can AI help? This is where artificial intelligence comes in. There are different AI tools that are emerging that can assist us with some of these problems. Metadata tagging. Tools like Avia can automatically analyze songs and apply genre, mood, and instrumentation metadata. AI such as contract generation and analysis, startups like Clarity are building AI that reads and summarizes legal documents, spotting problematic clauses. Royalty and tracking predictions. Tools such as Revelator are starting to integrate predictive royalty flows based on the consumption of data, allowing you as a creator to start strategically map out what you should do properly, more efficiently, run your business better because now you understand the flow of your income. Smart catalog management. Rights management platforms like Blocker are evolving to become more AI-driven in organizing and linking songs' rights, because that's what ultimately it's all about, making sure you have your rights. Imagine this, a world, and this is what I would love you to imagine as a creator, where you can upload a song. Once you've created a song in the studio, you've done your split sheet, you can upload it and it tags everyone who has been part of the creation. It checks your splits and registers all your data. It flags any potential copyright conflicts. Perhaps a sample has been used and you haven't cleared it. It registers your works with local and international collection management organizations. It monitors your streams in real time, as well as the flow of money. And it can project your earnings across territories. No mistakes, just music and money flowing as it should be. That's an industry I want to be a part of. So what can you do with this evolving industry that we're in? AI is not something to be feared. So I implore you to start exploring AI tools in your space. If there's any creators here, utilize AI to start cleaning your catalog metadata and get your rights in order. With your rights not in order, trust me, the only person who's losing is you, the creator. We need to push our collection management organizations to adopt AI solutions and ask them the hard questions. Register your work with local and international collection management organizations. And if you are unable to, you can lean on publishers to do the job for you. It's important to teach your team education, education, education. Teach your team and share the knowledge that you have gained. And then build with others. As Africa, let's not be left behind. Let's figure out solutions for Africans by Africans that address our problems. In this AI revolution, there's no reason as to why we shouldn't be developing our own AI systems at this point. But most importantly, don't run from the future. Run towards it. Because AI won't kill music, but it will kill excuses. With that said, I'd like to thank you for your time, and I look forward to the 3rd edition of the SMC Music Business Conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Please, another round of applause for Mr. Munia. Thank you. That was a really good keynote speech. So without further ado, we have some books that have been published that are instrumental towards the music conference and also available for everyone who is interested. So with that, we're going to open that panel session now. So to moderate this panel session, one of my favorite lecturers, please put your hands together for Dr. Nwachukwu Egbunike. Welcome, sir. And the participants of our panel session, our amazing dean, Dr. Ikechukwu Obiaya. Please put your hands together for Joseph D.K. Abiagom. And Dr. Ngozi Okpara.
Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So we are not going to run away from the future as our distinguished guest lecturer advised us. Rather, we're going to run towards it. And a critical aspect of this is the public presentation of the proceeds and a multi-authored book that came out from the 2024 conference, last year's music conference, authored, or rather with about 13 contributors, 246 pages. And we are just going to give a little bit of, snippets of what that book contains, the enriching resource that it is. And I hope my distinguished panelists will do justice to that. So this book, entitled Harmonizing Tradition and Innovation, Exploring the Dynamics of the Nigerian Music Industry, edited by Ike Chukwuobiaya, was published by Pan Atlantic University Press. So, Dr. Obiaya, SMC has over the years established itself, as a flagship in Nigeria's creative industry. Not even Nigeria, but in sub-Saharan Africa scholarship in creative industries, particularly in Nollywood. So the question is, why now go to music?
Thank you very much. Well, why have we gone into music? As you have rightly said, we have been very much interested in the creative industries. We have done quite a bit of work in the film industry, or on the film industry rather, and really part of our interest in the music industry is just a reflection of the fact that more needs to be done to uncover what's going on in this space. We are very much interested in the creative industries, and our goal is, in the years ahead, we are going to be able to do things not just in music, but in fashion and in the other sectors of the creative industries. But we have seen what's happening with the music of this country, how it is taking the world by storm. But we do realize at the same time that looking at things from the academic perspective, there's relatively little about what is going on in this space. Also, there's a need to, you could say, introduce structures to indicate what could be the structure, rather the strength of this industry, to help people also know more about the industry, how to enter, what to do things, so on and so forth. So in a bit of a nutshell, that's why we're interested in this industry. This is why we are behind this conference, and this is why also we have gone ahead to put in the papers of last year into this book. Just a way of expressing our interest in the industry and also providing something that people can work with.
Thank you very much, Dr. Biaya. Joseph Abiagum, you are the president, label and publishing of Aristocrat Group, and your organization actually pioneered this partnership with the School of Media and Communication last year. Could you perhaps explain or give us a little inside view on what must have inspired this partnership and to continue it for the second year running?
Okay. Thank you for that question. Can you hear me? Great. So the honest truth is, hello? Sorry. Hello? Okay. The honest truth is, I always tell my friends that some of the most intelligent people I've met are in the creative space. You know, I've worked in the music industry for a while, and I've worked in other industries, and most of the people that I know, you know, that are really, really creative and very intelligent are working in this space. And when I have conversations with them, when we just on a normal day, there's this thing that is always in my head that says, this will make a great academic paper. This will make a great academic paper, you know? And that is the culture, you know, being a graduate of PAU that was imbibed in us, that every single, like, references are always important, academic structure is always important. So every single time I'm having these conversations, I either say, you know, guy, you should write a paper on this, or you should post about this on LinkedIn, you know? And this is the voice that's always in my head. So I decided that, you know what, let me partner with this school that made me, and also encourage my friends and industry to have certain academic structure, you know, because again, the industry I work in, Afrobeat is becoming a big wave, but there is that gap of academic and scholarly development. You know, we're at a time where the world is seeing us, but we want to look back in this in the future and have academic papers as references of this time, you know, and which other school to do it than the best university in the country. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much, Joseph. Which other school than the best university in the country? Dr. Power, you are among the contributors to this last year's conference and the book thereof, which we are presenting today. actually your chapter is the first. So could you just give the audience a little bit of a sneak view into what to expect from this volume?
Thank you so much. So, my chapter, like he said, is the first. But that doesn't mean that it's the most important. It's just that it deals with a very important angle of what music content creation should be, how it should look at, and what we should look for, and how it should be. So the title of that chapter is Ethical Dimensions of Musical Content Creation in Nigeria, Balancing Artistic Freedom with Responsibility. So the chapter there with the tension between artistic freedom, how artists who need to express their artistic prowess and how they can do that responsibly. And we are aware that Nigerian music is recognized globally. We have many artists who are doing wonderfully well out there. They are doing a lot, and even the GPA, what they contribute to the economy of Nigeria is not something we are not aware of. So, beyond that, should there be any need to worry about the ethical implications of the content, the lyrics, the visuals, and everything about what they put out there? And I think there is. And I looked at that from two frameworks, Kantian deontology and social responsibility theory. Kantian deontology deals with respect for human dignity and duty, doing the right thing as a duty. Why social responsibility, as you know, deals with how people can responsibly put out media content and, of course, contribute to the common good. So with this, I examine questions like, what kind of things, what kind of messages are embedded in our lyrics and visuals? How are these messages shaping young listeners and, of course, listeners generally? And how do they reinforce stereotypes? Do they make us reflect on our cultural values? Or do they kind of distort our values? So this is what that chapter looks at. And if you pick up the book, you will read more about what I said in that chapter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. The Kantian ontology and stories in between. I'll just one last question, which I'll pose to all the panelists, but I'll start with you, Dr. Power. What do you think the future holds for this type of collaboration between the industry and town and gown, and especially as regards to books of this nature?
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, this is an academic book, which will provide a lot of insights to what is going on in the music industry. I'm sure we learned one or two things from the speech we just listened to. So going forward, this book is going to provide resources for academics and then for students and other stakeholders in the music industry. And going forward, I think this kind of gathering will provide avenues for us to converse, to discuss, to dialogue among ourselves, the producers, the artists, the regulators, educators, and other stakeholders in the industry on how to make sure that we balance artistic freedom with responsibility. Thank you.
And you, Joseph? Thank you very much, Dr. Bauer. And you, Joseph?
I mean, more academic Thank you. More academic references, more academic papers, hopefully certificate programs, more interaction between academics and creatives, more cultural exchange programs. Yeah, this is what we'll be looking for in coming years with this partnership. Thank you.
And my dean?
Well, I would say I'm looking forward to a stronger industry because we in the Pan-Atlantic University have always depended on the input from industry. It helps our graduates, it helps the work that we do. And I think that such a collaboration between industry and academia will help in strengthening the structures of the industry to be sure that really, years from now, we have an industry that is solid, truly solid, because we have the manpower the industry deserves, which comes about by the industry practitioners telling those of us in the academic space what is required, what the industry needs, and us being able to then deliver on that point.
Thank you very much to members of the panel, Dr. Biaya, Joseph, and Dr. Opawa. And now we are going to go to the second part of this session, which is the unveiling of the books. And for that, we are going to assist the Dean, Dr. Biaya, with Nankim, while we go to unveil the books. Sure. No, okay. No, you assisting them. And here it goes. I would also like to invite all those contributors to this book. If you are here present, kindly come up to the stage. Any contributor to this book, there are 13 chapters. If you are here present, kindly come up to the stage and join the panelists in taking a picture. Please, Dr. Bier. You can take a copy of the book and then come join us, please. Please do take a copy of the book, or you take this. Okay. Thank you very much. That will be all from us from Patriotic University Press. Just so one more thing. For those who might be interested in picking a copy of the book, it's just 20,000 naira. A book. I mean, when we convert it to USD, you know what it means. But because you are here present today, PAU Press is giving a discount and it will be sold at only 17,000 naira. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for Dr. Nwachukwu for the 3,000 naira drop. Come on. This is not the economy to be dropping that kind of money. Okay, so I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Bad news? No, let me give you the good news. I feel like you would like to wait now. I want to butter you up with that first. So, it's time for breakfast. I know. I know. However, please, you have only 1 hour for breakfast, meaning at the end of that hour, you have to be seated here because we're going to start regardless. And that's when panel 1 fully begins and you won't want to miss it. And this conference constitutes of a lot of music performances. So for your own good, please come back ready to listen, ready to jot at an hour's time. Thank you so much. Go and grab your food downstairs. I would see you soon. How do you cram which one is working? How do you cram which one is working?
There was tape on it last time, so I couldn't. So it was
Can I
numbered.
scratch them?
You know the one that's working, right?
No, he can.
The one that you just gave me now.
They have numbers. This one I gave you. Please don't forget to be back here in exactly an hour's time. Please, and in an orderly fashion, you can pick up your snacks.
lick it like ice cream, as if you mean to be disgusting. It's nothing. Chop my banana, one side I like and no stopping. Go shopping. Fuck that. If I go low, I go. Breakfast on fire. New Delhi, New Jacob. Do a champagne in my mood. I just see girls from the ghetto. Got girls from Motown. That's the life of the city boy. Dama, oh yeah, jello, oh yeah, oh yeah, Mama Sheba, come back on. Mama Sheba, come back on. Mama Sheba, come back on. Mama Sheba, come back on.
No, they bad pass. When the money day, that is where I pass. Anyhow it be, I they play my pass. In the Bukoro, my sugar.
I let the water touch my feet. Can't let these people get to me. I know you know I never drink. I'm mixing with that energy. I need my enemies disease. I know they wanna find a crease. God they see in me. Hallelujah. Give me the walk, but it's heavy on my palm. I watch my walk. But it's heavy on my palm. I watch my walk, cause it heavy on your heart. You hit my line, but I'm talking to my mom. And when it's time, I'll be talking to the God.
When the money day, that is where I pass. Anyhow it be, I they play my pass. You go borrow my money, go do me no fall. No, there's no bad. When the money day, that is where I pass. Anyhow it be, I they play my pass. You go borrow my money, go do me no fall. Me no fall.
I go dance for you, Michael Jackson. Mama always say, son, have mercy on me. The angels never forsake me. Hallelujah, more any catch. I used to play my part. Sometimes I pray and fast. 7 days and nights, forever they lie. Son of Amdallah. Well, yeah, you know I was a rock star. Play them Kiga. I'm a logo down. See my flows fire.
No, they true bad vibes. When the money day, that is where I'm at. Anyhow it be, I they play my part. If you go borrow my money, no you no fall. No, they true bad vibes. When the money day, that is where I'm at. Anyhow it be, I they play my part. If you go borrow my money, no you no fall. No fall.
I'm leading a life to be cleaning for my passion. Burn up this money and live it in my ashes. The Lord is blessing, I'll see if I can match it. If something's coming, I see it in my lashes. Never stubborn when the red light flashes. To be real, I'm still eating off my late off my.
Baby, tell me very honestly. Is your loving, say not current to me. She no be whiny, came out on me. Oh, the Bentley and the money. Never confuse you, make you feel you're in love. No make I joke go dog body. Say no be so. Now I won't make you go be go. My baby no use it go. Baby fall like any go. If you tell me no story, baby why not I go below? But before you go, give me one for the road. Give me one for the road. Give me one for the road. But before you go now, give me one for the road. Give me one for the road. Give me one for the road. So make we go corner, where. Keep you sending off, baby. Cause you one day outside, I'm never gonna hold you back. Cause if I come it nobody fit to understand. Don't know if I lie you for my body. It's okay, no time. No make I joke on top what you go. And this no be so. Now I want make you go be go. My baby no use it go. Baby fall like any go. No fit tell me no story baby my nana go below. But before you go, give me one for the road. Give me one for the road. Give me one for the road. But before you go, give me one for the road. Give me one for the road. Give me one for the road.
Tell me how market, if I form or make I bend. Say you get fake dress, but you want give me advice about patience. Are you making sense? Can't beat before I change my color. I they talk, shut up. Me where you with it, I don't be bother. Shit, me with my
trendybeats.com.
Baby, come on. You know, say you match your my steez. You know I'm a G. Shawty, I'm always keep it real. I know they got too much whining, they got too much whining. I see the beat, I see Shadow they enter. We are big call up beat. We are show yourself to oversabi. The love is in the air, baby breathing. I dey available, baby anytime you need me, I dey available. Compatible, two of us they compatible. Girl I be bad, but for girls say I dey mellow. Ah baby I dey fold, baby take it slow, baby go down low. Nobody has to know, yeah I know I'm there. I'm a man on this, so let you go. Baby, some money. You know say you matching my steez. You know I'm a G. Shawty, I'm always keep it real. I know they got too much whining, they got too much whining. I see the beat, I see Shadow they enter. Oh yeah, you could call up beat. Oh yeah, show yourself to oversabi. The love is in the air, baby breathing. The way you move this your body in a way, banana. Catch me up, got me hands up, bottom. Beautiful way, personality, shut up. Make a enter, all I make a busy, they balance. As I get opportunity, why I no go mountain. Actually, I go ready, nothing come out in my hand for your matter. They see girls in the bar, but you bad. Okay, yo. This so me know, baby, na me do your case, they above the law. After you, now you become oh baby, show get other girls jealous, but you are working, matching my baby color. Treat you like a mama, I'm free on honey. You don't want for me, oh. Baby, some money. I know say you matching my steez. You know I'm a G. Shawty, I'm always keep it real. I know they got too much whining, they got too much whining. I see the beat, I see Shadow they enter. We are people all up people, that's your yourself do oversabi. The love is in the air, baby breathing.
It's getting cold, cold inside. Double sweater, I'm young, ordinary, paranoid. I can picture this life without you, my life. Oh, baby.
Adialo, 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 adialo. I know fit forget you. Hey Bezina, uzo, uzo. If I speak English, you oh, cho, no walking. I don't want punish you, oh, I want to punish you. If you see my baby, you go shut up, oh. I'm gonna get too fine, don't be makeup, oh. My baby lie down, no. Finish work for me, oh. Oh, tomato, put that thing back in. Oh,
trendybeats.com.
Remember you be that tsunami. I don't come again with another one tsunami. I don't come again with another one tsunami. I don't come again with another one tsunami. I don't get tsunami. I don't come again with another one. No shit, walla. I like you walla. She be you there from my trouble. She you like you walla. Ooh, I go bolo. Ooh, I go. Ooh, I go. Ooh, I go bolo. Ooh, I go. People gonna put up a choco. Try me make a forgive you spanking like Gobo. You don't just say tell you not say I be commando. Who be you? I don't come here, me I'm on a who. Drive them crazy like a booga boo. Always confess I'm an enabo. Give them. Give them. Give them. Another one. I remember them. Need to bring them.
Look at my eliminations. I
And any focus on their blood, I am not done. Them no get their Panama lights, them a feed on. Remedy tip is all you push, they give up. We are talking like kick up. Foul play, red card, referee of people cause. Calamantos collapse job, Bazu, Balotelli white, always me as Scottish, Shanga with Yanga, your papa. Pull up, can you, solve you. Then I see the coming, shall pop it, solve you. I don't know, small like I'm paranoid. From Lagos, I fire, I reach Illinois. Shitty boy. Boy, I call a boy, Okalamo. Who they, me you, I don't know me, I'm on a drive them crazy like a booga. House comes first, I'm in a please them, another one, depend them,
I be on the phone, calling you tonight. I wanna make you show me, make me know the fight. I don't wanna sleep alone, wanna hold you tight, but I fool my eyes. But I'll be alright forever. On my laptop, on my keto, on my sheet on. Say them go feel it, them go run it down, them go hold it, them go. Say them go feel it, them go run it down, them go hold it, them go. I'll be talking to myself, and I know you even notice. She got me feeling like a zombie, and she did shoot like Chuck Norris. The way she put her body down, you got me falling truly. I just touched down, and I see you now. Sucking on the phone, on you. I wanna make you make me know the fight. I don't want to sleep, I wanna hold you tight. I pull my eyes, but I'll be alright.
Your body fire, go. Oh, baby, why not, Joe? I did on my tattoo. Your body not shaman, I know you're go. Fire, go. Couldn't play, why not, Joe? Your body like Coco, Joe. Yeah, you bust my head and I look good, Joe.
Now it's not what you used to. I'ma show you love from the new school. And it's not what you think about. And I'ma show you how that we move around. Oh, they've been trying to get to me. Freedom is my remedy. Oh, they've been trying to get to me, but they never get far. Said she want to be my baby. Said she want to be my lady. Oh, said she want to be my baby. Said she want to be my lady. Oh, be my baby. Said she want to be my lady. Oh.
This kind of love, not sweet your love. And I didn't knock you for your door. Oh, baby, make you for some more. I won't care.
TV. Now you don't mean nothing to me. Don't need a shower, oh, baby, I need a freak. Lick it like ice cream, as if you mean to be disgusting. It's not enough. Chop my banana, one side I like and no stopping. Go shopping, fuck yeah. If I go low, I go. If I go low, I go. Breakfast on fire, you tell me no jack up. I saw champagne in my mood, but it's a girl from the ghetto. Cat girls from Motown, that's the life of a city boy. Oh yeah, yeah, damn it. Oh yeah, yeah, jello. Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Mama Sheba, come back on. Let me just start to the paragon. Start to the halagon. Cause you know some my people they halagon. Who know my power? As I hate in on us, but you know your mom. I'll be my father's son.
I've been out for days. Steady chasing the bar, they concentrate. Anytime I day, whether night or day, I day on my chain. Even on my leg, they go they dance to the bed, they go feel like rain. Cause anything where I drop, then go chop a chain. Whether night or day, I day on my jet, I day on my jet. Kese, 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 kese. Yes, kese, baby, yes, kese. How many times they go tell the person? They know the beat, so they learn the lesson. Shama ya baby, they bed. And they survive anytime we did it. I no get time, I no get the patience. Spray me money, plenty. Ready, tell them I could dance. Ready, make it dance. Let the music in the play. Ready, almost say you could dance. Ready, tell them I could dance. Ready, you could dance. Ready, you could dance. So tell me what you wanna do tonight. You know the party no go make sense if you never did it. Make the party come alive. We done the 02 to 03. My love best seat, alawa. So baby tell me why you wanna. She body make you do as you like. Now steady with the bloody canal. Blow some trees make you feel alright. I don't feel like man I'm wasted. And I'm feeling reckless. Now buy like the latest. That's why I'm working on patience. I know they just put my baby. It's gonna leave me the waiting. So go back tonight, come on day.
Since 06, I've been writing this story. I know be OG, but if you ask them know me. I know they blow trees, only lonely me lonely. Music chose me, just know this and know peace. I dey low key, but I'm never lonely. Sexy ladies, come wine for me slowly. I love me, I see my baby believer. I'm the good boy, I'm the sinner. Yeah, nobody will give over. Let them get on, they go far. Who's a good to deliver? Just something we know shit up. Bandana, no, you too far. Midnight, look at the shit up. They never see me coming. See me coming. They want this coming. Yo, yo, oh, yo. The job boy, they go funny. They go funny. Shake money. I'm never weak, I never cease. Till eternity, I'm on fire. My legacy will not die. My family is for life. With them day, with them me. Them go crazy, them go die. Them go say, them don't know. It's in this song. Low key, all of them don't they know this. I'm not joking. All my guys, them know me. Since 06, I've been writing this story. I know be OG, but if you ask them know me. I see my baby believer. I'm the other boy, I'm the sinner. Yeah, nobody will give over. Let them get along, let them go far. Who's a good to deliver? Just something we know shit up. Bandana, no, you too far. Midnight, walk out the shit up. They never see me coming. See me coming. They want
trendybeats.com.
Check.
Some of them go use the money camp they go live in city sport. Every day now be new with a shameful decor. I for don't turn visitor. Overstay my welcome, but I for chop food in song. Shaggy chop food in song. Bastard.
Oh yo, yeah. You know my killer where they stay for Bodo, Yipo. Steady recharge for dollars. Oh yo, yeah. The one for yeah, no they yeah moto. Samantha self with the lemon. Sexy girls see they can't go. If you know be Gucci, my brother, say Shelly, Addis Ababa, Solomon Grandi. With the fast life, it's plenty. She call me Santa, exclusive. Bahamas, balling and balling, no more bamba. No be choice, oh, no be data. Steady calculate your numbers.
If for life in city sport, every day now be new with a shameful decor. I for don't turn visitor. Overstay my welcome. Chop food in song. Chop food in song. Even my mama joy there. My mama joy. Papa joy. My shima comes first. Round and round. Give me calamita to stress.
More music on trendybeats.com.
So many reasons why I want it for you, my love. Now you want to retire with my love. See all the little good things you do, they make me no. This distance is taking a hold of me for sure. Baby, come closer. I want to make me there. Girl, I want to make you closer. I want to make you closer. These kind of things where they make man see ya. And me, I understand, so your dad know like me, see me, I won't make you know, say me there for you, cara. And if not the price be that, I feel like to see ya. I never traded you for nothing. This love will make me the jack machine. Without you, I'm not gonna me with this whole thing. Telling me what's up in your heart. I'm want to make me there. I'm girl, I want to make you baby, I'm like make you baby, oh no.
Are you ready for us to start? Okay, round of applause for yourselves if you are. Can it be louder? Louder. Keep the energy up. I like the screams. I like the screams. Thank you. Thank you. So this is a music conference. You're not just going to sit down and listen for long lectures on end. Of course, there are performances. And with that, I'm calling on the first performer, singer, songwriter, music producer, and sound engineer. He wears several hats. With a resounding applause, please welcome, as he performs one of his singles, SKJ. Keep it coming, keep it coming, keep it coming. Keep it coming.
How you guys doing today? Let's go, let's go, let's go. Don't worry, it's gonna be a good time, it's gonna be a good time. I'm about to turn it up. Oh, so hi guys, my name is SKJ. Music producer, sound engineer, artist. I know a lot of you here. I'm going to do 2 tracks of some of my new projects, and yeah, let's roll, let's roll.
US Geek Alpha. I need a lot to punch the line.
Let's go, let's go.
What don't stop, man. Almost there.
Then I just go now and I'm going life, you know, easy. Fighting my demons, feels like they're winning. Don't wanna slow down, but right now my mind I be losing. All of my guys they be winning. Shut down shows and that's giddy. Let's go. But I just want my peace of mind. I'm fighting for my peace of mind. I'm still searching for meaning, but I'm still here, what's the reason? Cause of the problems we had, they face some other shit overwhelm me. Now I'm falling out of my feelings, trying to make a fucking decision. Would it my dreams and my fears are as crazy as ultimatum? Let's go, say, I'm feeling lost, you know. Speaking up, what can be heard, you know. Should I give up or keep it burning? I feel like all the right do's I want to. Only I just don't sleep on me, cause you're my only option. Yeah. I just want my peace of mind, my peace of mind, I'm fighting for my peace of mind. I let me wash and know me. When I'm on my knees, I'm praying. I just want to be somebody, and I know I can be great. Can you make my life worth living? As you take away my pain. But me sorrow, Papa. I let me wash on my knees. I just want to be somebody. know I can be. Can you make my life work? Take away my pain. Let's go, one more. Let's go. It's on something different.
Yeah, I'll just try, man. So just listen.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was nothing.
Hey. Baby, don't be stingy. Bring that body my way. Oh. Yeah, I wanna hold you tight, girl. I wanna taste your cake. Oh. I wanna show you off. Oh. Make you my number one. Oh. Oh, my mama start for me. I wanna give you love. Oh. Baby, just around. Yeah, baby, just around. I know they look for pleasure. Yeah, baby, just around. Oh yeah, baby, just around. I know you feel the pressure. Oh, do me nicely, baby. If I start to crazy, cause I day on your case. Hey, keep the fire blazing. Now I'm gonna take your place. I'm loving you for days. Hey, I want that I don't leave, cause I dey fall. Don't leave, cause I dey fall. I'ma don't leave. Yeah, I want that I don't leave, cause I dey fall. Don't leave, cause I dey fall. I'ma don't leave. Don't leave. Love you guys, love you guys. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
One more time for SKJ, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so let's start what we have come to the room to do, which is panel 1. So the panel is supposed to be for 1 hour only, and within that hour, there would be space for a Q&A session, but it cannot exceed the hour. So, to moderate this panel, in fact, before I begin with the moderator, let me tell you a bit about the topic for this panel session. It's AI and music creation, innovation or imitation, and it seeks to explore whether AI enhances creativity or merely replicates existing sounds. Now, the bio of our own moderator for panel 1. He is a renowned music journalist and media consultant who has made significant contributions to the Afrobeats music landscape. As the founder of Afrobeats Intelligence podcast, which has garnered over 1 million downloads worldwide, he provides valuable insights and narratives on the music industry. With a solid background as music editor of Pulse Nigeria, he has worked with major record labels, artists, and corporations, offering expertise in A&R, communications, and promotional strategies. His writing has been featured in esteemed publications such as the New York Times, The Fader, and The New Yorker. His expertise extends to moderating events, hosting, and executive producing, and he has covered notable events like the Trace Music Awards and the MTV Africa Music Awards. As a mentor, he nurtures the next generation of African music professionals through initiatives like the Music Business Academy for Africa and Critique Africa's The Critique Challenge. Please give it up for Joey Akan. No, keep it coming till it gets to the stage. You know the drill now, come on. Welcome, Joey. You're welcome. Okay, now for our first panelist. He is a seasoned A&R manager and music business expert with over 8 years of collective experience in artists and music development, as well as business consulting. He excels at curating quality music projects by delivering bespoke solutions to artist teams while driving collaboration between talents and other key players in the music development process. Prior to working in the music industry in an official capacity, he worked with KPMG Nigeria as a risk consultant where he developed expertise in designing and strengthening business processes and leading teams. During this time, he also nurtured his passion for music by playing an active role in handling music development for a number of underground artists, It was this passion that ultimately led him to make a career-defining pivot and join the winning team at Maven's Records in 2021. Since then, he has gone on to deliver globally successful projects such as Rema's Calm Down and Ira Star's Rush, among others. As an A&R and publishing expert, he has worked extensively with Afrobeat's biggest exports, including Don Jazzy, Rema, Ira Star, Crayon, Ladipo, Johnny Brio, Johnny Drill, Magix, Boy Spice, Bayani, and Embryo. Now, his deep understanding of music production, artist development, artist relations, music marketing, and strategy development, along with an aptitude and infrastructure to help them scale their careers internationally. Please put your hands together for Laolu Aromolate. Come on, turn it up now, you guys. Turn it up. Okay, our last panelist for this session is a technology analyst based in Lagos, Nigeria, and he has spent the past decade understanding how technology and venture capital are reshaping African markets. In 2018, he founded The Subtext, a research firm that brings clarity to complex strategic decisions for business leaders. The Subtext specializes in long-view analysis of the growth and impact of technology with published research on internet adoption, mobile commerce, mobility, logistics, and venture capital. His experience includes early stage, VC, international expansion strategy, which is Africa's Talking Kenya, and most recently, partnerships at Meta, where he enabled social selling for WhatsApp and Instagram merchants across Africa. He also serves on the advisory board of Tech Cabal Insights, having first joined Tech Cabal as a reporter in 2015. In 2016, he was part of Team LEVRN, which won Africa's first virtual reality hackathon. Beyond the tech industry, however, he is an experimental electronic music producer and performer under the moniker LMB-SKN. His creative work includes collaborations with artists such as Nikita Kering, Lady Donley, Ira Star, and Native Sound System. Notably, he worked on the soundtrack of Marvel's Black Panther, Wakanda Forever 2022. Clap for that one now, come on. Didn't you like Black Panther? And the Oscar-nominated debut feature film by Belgian artist and director Balaoji Tishani. Please, a round of applause for Osarumen Osamuyi. Welcome. Okay, so like I said earlier, this panel session would be strictly for 1 hour. So the panelists are going to finish their session before the end of the 1 hour mark, so you guys are able to ask your questions. So I think it's high time we start. Joey, I'm passing it on to you. Is your mic working perfectly?
Yes, it is.
Okay, then.
Yes, it is. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. How are we feeling? Low energy. Hello, everyone. How are we feeling? Yeah, that's way better. Thank you. Thank you. That's way better. Hello, Joey Akin, Afrobeats Intelligence, industry moderator, stylized by the Lagos Business School, I guess. And this is the official narrative, people. So let's go into this. Everyone's heard about AI. Everyone, if you follow the news and you follow all of the technological advancement that happens on Earth, everyone has seen AI in some shape or form. All our devices carry it now. It's the wave of the moment, the big tech push of our time right now. And in the music industry, it's not different. The music industry is an industry that lives on the edge of technology, on the cusp of innovation. Because at every point in time, it keeps changing, and technology now powers everything. With AI, we're having the same things that have happened when new technology come in, like when TikTok came in and revolutionized how we marketed. But with AI now, AI is trying to tell us that there's a new way to approach creativity. There's a new way to approach making music, making art, and pushing it through the pipelines. And that's why this conversation is here, because everyone's asking the question, both home, abroad, on a global level, and on a local level. We're asking the question, does our use of AI, or does the entrance of AI into creativity, does it dilute the process? Does it enhance it? Is it help, or is it a replacement? And so the conversation today would center around that. I have the most amazing people here. These are my colleagues and fellow troublemakers. So a round of applause for all of them as we begin. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Okay, so this question's for everyone, and we can just go. I just want to get the feel of how what you guys think about it.
Some of those things are still interesting, some of them are not. So yeah, I'm right now trying to figure out what does this mean to live in this moment right now when something I have called my identity for most of my life, i.e. making music on a computer, can now be done by pretty much anyone on earth.
Sure. Excel.
For me, I think the best way to put it is, you know how like in Nigeria, when we have an election, a new president comes, and for the first, when they announce the results, people will complain, people that did not support will complain, people that supported will rejoice. But 2-3 weeks later, eventually everybody aligns that this is the new president. I have aligned with AI. I suggest we all do the same. It's not going anywhere. It is here to stay. Thank you.
Easy for you to say.
It's not going anywhere. It's not going anywhere.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, guys. So with AI, one of the most interesting things with AI is how much it mimics human creativity. So now AI can replicate create lyrics, replicate. I made a song on, is it audio? Yeah, I did. I made a song on audio. It sounds a lot like Adekunle Gold, so I can't release it. But yeah, AI does that. It's magical when I sit at my computer and look at it. And so I'm wondering, for you, Akachi, you guide the entire creative pathway.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, personally and professionally too.
True.
And I'm wondering, for you, are these tools helping to push our creative boundary, or they are interfering in a way that is debilitating to them?
So it depends on the person. It comes down to the individual use. I'll give very practical examples. For everybody who, I'm sure a lot of people make music here, you've probably all heard of Splice, right? So I could use Splice as a crutch. Basically, I could integrate it into my process so much so that if I don't have it, I'm blind. I don't know what to do, you know? Obviously, it's there. My use of it is determined by me. I'm at a point right now where, like, personally, it's easy for me to make drums. I'm not the biggest melody guy, so a lot of times I revert to Splice. But, like, there's certain days where I have to remember, like, hey, what if I don't have network? I'm messed up, right? So I have to actually apply myself. And so it all comes down to how you use it. Do you use it as a means to accentuate what you're trying to do, or do you use it as the bedrock of what you're trying to do? So it's hard to say whether it's a crutch or whether it's an enhancer. It just all comes down to the person, I believe.
Amazing. And for you, Lolo, you've spent time as an artist, and now you're spending time powering other artists and enabling the process. And I'm wondering, the times you just spoke about Lander that has helped everyone master except you, and wow. Yeah, and I wonder, in the times that you've used this AI, how has your experience been? I want you to walk on the use cases that you found for it. How has it been? Walk me through what it's like, how it sort of augments or complements the creative process, even down to marketing, and where does it fit in along the chain?
So, I mean, that's a very broad question.
Yeah, just give me a walkthrough.
That's a very broad question. But yeah, like I said, I'm of the opinion AI is an enhancement tool, and really the bulk of creativity is soul. Yeah, that's why when you have AI visual art, it still looks soulless. You know, it's literally called artificial intelligence. So the bulk of creativity is soul, but it's the journey to get to the end point of what you're looking for. If there is something else that can take that time, there's something else that can do a bit of a heavy lifting for you while you craft your soul around the music or around the mixing, the mastering process of what you're doing, it brings out the best in that record. It brings out the best in anything you're doing, because if it will take you 6 hours, for instance, to sit in a studio to master a track, and you're looking at an AI software, right? That is, I think Deezer is also developing something that can mix and master tracks. Yeah. So you're looking at something that is telling you, okay, if you want to make this thing sound like Dro, the guy that mixes Wizkid's project, if you want to sound like a Dro type mix, yeah, you need to get it to this level of wave, you need to get it to these decibels. Now you know what you are working with. You're working with more precision, yeah. And all the way down. Funny enough, early this year, I wrote a marketing use case for some of our clients where we used AI, and just disclaimer, I can or cannot tell you that even my responses here are AI generated, but but yeah, I wrote a marketing use case where we were trying to find out what's the period between a song being released, getting on TikTok to when it goes viral. Yeah. And obviously, the way we prompted the AI, the kind of things I do with ChatGPT now, unreal. Trust me, unreal. Like, the way we prompted OpenAI, and it broke it down for us to the nitty gritty. Literally told us in the first 10 minutes or 10 seconds when that video has been posted on TikTok, you need to work on making
these individual elements and matches them by key and tempo so that you can use. Now, you don't have to use the whole thing. You can basically take what you want from there. Say I do that, I probably record and everything, and I don't want to mix and master myself, I could put it on Lander. Or if I want to mix and master and check my parameters, I could also use like certain metering. There are AI metering devices as well where you can check your loudness, your peaking and all that. So like I can essentially start my workflow and end my workflow without doing anything myself. But that's not what I want to do because like Laolu said, the soul is lost. You know, all these pieces, I'm definitely going to tune them to my taste, and that's what creates like a whole new product in itself.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. And Excel, you know, in all our conversations, in all our private conversations, we talk about the nuance in Nigerian music. Nigerian music has a lot of intangibles. There's storytelling, there's cultural depth, there's exploration, and to create the kind of music we make in Nigeria, you need to have extreme, specific, extremely precise cultural depth or immersion to be able to do that. And now they're presenting us with a tool, or tools rather, using the same technology, saying, hey, we can replicate this to a certain degree, or we can, to a certain degree, replicate cultural production. And I'm wondering, what do you think, when AI goes against Lamba, when AI goes against Lamba, when AI goes against other things like how we use certain instruments, like you go to the East and there's an Oja. When AI goes against the Oja, or when AI goes to the North and then I can place the name of that instrument. So do you think this AI, it can accurately capture this nuance, this dimension and layers in our music?
So, I mean, my answer to that is no.
Why?
No. Because, first of all, AI does not exist in a vacuum. AI, artificial intelligence, is a product of human intelligence, first and foremost. And AI is also not sentient. It's not sentient. That's a very big point to always remember. It is trained on human experiences. And now, I think it was Laolo that mentioned the soul. A lot of what makes creativity what it is that it is art, and art comes from the soul of a person.
Yeah.
Right? AI cannot make Lahore. Any Charlie Poppy fans here? Can AI make Lahore? Think about it. It can't. AI did not live in Benin. Do you understand? AI has not done Yahoo. Yeah, no, let's talk real now. You get my point? You get my point? You get my point?
Yes.
AI cannot do that. AI can only work on what it has been trained to do. Now, what can AI do? AI can help with processes, right? They are mixing and mastering. Like, can it make it faster? Can it cut down? If I shoot a video and maybe the editor would normally take 2 days, can AI give it to me in 5 hours? Yes. So these are what we can use AI. AI can make the music process faster, smoother. And even at that, there is a danger to it too.
What's that?
The danger is still the same problem. So there is a way TG Omori cuts videos that has made him stand out. If he was AI, he would cut the same way. And it will now be a uniform approach. Even in music, a lot of times, like I was outside during the breakfast break, and I was at a store, Kasua, where the vinyls are being sold by a lady called Tanya. And I met some students there, and there was vinyls from music from like Nigeria, the 80s, and they were just in awe of how in the 80s we had rock music, we had high life music, we had funk, we had pop, we had reggae, we had different sorts of the palette was very wide. And now presently everybody here on this panel knows that the current music audience has been complaining a lot of getting repeated sounds, the same type of music. Right?
Yes, of course.
So it's still the same problem, and that's what AI will do. Like, if we over rely on AI, we're going to get uniformity. And music is not I was going to say music is not carpentry work, but that's a diss to carpenters, and carpentry is an art in itself. So I'm not getting that right. But you get my point. You get my point. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. And for you, Saruman, did you want to add to that?
Yes.
Okay, while you're adding to that, also the flip side of this question also that speaks directly to your multi-hyphenate experience, professional experiences. A lot of these tools are not developed in Nigeria. A lot of the biggest tools, like you can think of all the generative LLMs, and there's no Niger GPT. You can build an agent, but it's not here.
Do you have a few $1 billion?
Well, if you give me. So, and I'm wondering, when it comes down, so all these tools are generated to serve broad spectrum uses, even in music, to create broad spectrum sounds. Everything is all categorized, boxed, and stratified. And I'm wondering, like, does that not, in a way, affect our uptake and the specifics of our use? Because if half the time AI is designed to deal with all of the top global pop sound, like you can see pop, you can see rock, you can see hip hop, and then down here it comes up against, it has to be used to fashion lamba, it has to be used to fashion all of our pockets of production. Isn't that a problem in itself in terms of uptake? And in your work, how has that shown up in any way?
Thank you. That's an excellent question. Let me quickly add to what Excel said. So I have some bad news. Today, I guess AI systems are pretty bad at making Afrobeat songs that sound like authentic Afrobeat songs. But that's a question of the amount of training data they've been exposed to. 5 years ago, if you tried to search YouTube for an Amapiano tutorial, you found nothing. I know because I did search for it. A year ago, or right now, if you search for Amapiano tutorial, there's many of them, not all of them, and I would just suggest most of them are not necessarily made by people in Nigeria, or are Nigerian or South African, or Amapiano shakers, or Amapiano, the genre is the most popular genre on Splice, because there's lots of people around the world trying to figure out how do I make this thing. So as Joey has been chronicling, Afrobeats has become global pop music. I wouldn't be as confident that that will always be true. I think you made a good point about patterns. So Landa, for example, tries to identify what does the waveform, this is a gross oversimplification, what does the waveform of a mastered song seem like compared to a song that's, I guess, that's not been mastered. There was a time when people paid thousands of dollars to get their songs mixed and mastered, and mixing and mastering was an art, it was a craft, where each person who did it had their own unique way of doing it. And what happens when it gets democratized? It becomes like a service that you're going to buy off of the shelf. Another quick example. What do you think happened to people who used to paint portraits when photography was invented? They, I guess, wouldn't have felt excited about that, first of all. But over time, what you started to see is that those who chose to paint were painting to express something that wasn't necessarily capturing in real life, because you're not going to beat a camera at capturing what's in front of you right now. But the camera is not going to capture how you feel. And so we start seeing lots of art movements come out. When you look at them, this is weird, why would you call this art? But again, that's what art is, because it's inspired by the experiences of the people who made it. So to your question, I think that over time, and do not hold me to this, I think that over time, what ends up happening is that these tools that democratize access end up changing what it means to be, say, an Afrobeats artist, what it means to be an Afrobeats producer, etc. What does that look like? I have no idea. But I do think that, for example, things like Rema's album, which dropped last year, are a step in the right direction. Because when you take creative risks, when you try to do things that you're not sure whether or not they're going to work, you inevitably end up creating something authentic that connects with some people authentically, again, regardless of the tools you used. I'm sure some of you have attended, or may have attended, or seen electronic music raves. And one thing you see that's getting more popular right now is electronic remixes of African songs. There is one specific way in which that's much easier to do right now. I can go on the internet broadly, get a song that I really like and I want to remix, split it into stems, and do what I want with those stems. That was not always true. So what it means to be a producer, what it means to be a DJ is changing. The tools are becoming more accessible to everybody. There will be some people who do it as a craft and charge a lot of money for it, or do something, have something very specific about them. But if you make functional music that can be slotted into a category, not to pick on a genre that I love, lo-fi music, for example, I'd love to see you make a living producing lo-fi today, because again, there's so much of it represented in the training data. We understand what lo-fi is. So I think people are it's going to be a great period for Afrobeats. People are going to finally start making weirder stuff.
Amazing. Thank you. And this brings me to the ethics of it. You know, the ethics of the creative process and who owns what. So we all know when a piece of music is created, automatically it has God-given rights. You know, it's like human rights, but for music. So we call that copyright. And so with AI, taking away all of the, or rather, bearing the responsibility of all of the creative aspects of it, the elemental aspects of creativity, like who writes this lyrics, who is the composer, who owns the sound recording or the master recording. And I'm wondering if I create, like using myself as an example, I create a song using AI, maybe I use audio, and I create a song using AI. How do we figure out the rights there? I see Excel laughing and shaking his head. Excel, have you found a way to hack this? AI rights, who owns what? Is it the LLM? Is it the company? How do you know who pays for what?
This is a setup. I was smiling because my friend walked in.
Sorry, friend.
But to answer your question, it's a tough one, and it's one that the lawyers are going to be arguing for a while. Both lawyers and governments of nations will be arguing for a while, because it's just one of those things that we haven't worked out. To be honest, there is no clear answer. You could go on YouTube, you will see like 100 or 1,000 videos discussing AI and the ethics of AI with all different interpretations. But we don't have officially, as of today, a proper legal standpoint, especially when it comes to the music of it. All right, because you know, I could make the music with AI. The company that owns, you know, and we don't read terms and conditions. We don't read terms and conditions, and these companies too, they make the terms and conditions look like your essay or something. Nobody has that time. How many of you here read the terms and conditions of your iPhone when you bought it? You did. You read everything. Are you a first class student? You know, it's very rare. A lot of us don't, you know, so we don't know the situations we get into when we even use these products. So yes, it's still a tricky one. I don't have the answer, honestly. I do not.
Yes.
I think with every new technology, what technology does is it disrupts the status quo so much that new laws will have to be made, new considerations will always have to come in. For instance, Universal is in court with the AI, the guys that did the fake Drake and fake The Weeknd, yeah. So I also think Capitol Records signed some AI artists that they had to drop because of racial misappropriation. I mean, that guy doesn't even exist. But with the legalities of it, I think when we start to view AI as a tool, if I make a beat on Fruity Loops, I don't give Fruity Loops publishing on my beat, you know. Even if Fruity Loops give me the packs, they don't own publishing on my beat. So when we start to view AI as a tool, and we don't treat it as, the beginning and the end of it, it's just the tool in the process. But we'll get to the point where it's just really, whoever gave the prompt is the one who owns it. You know, if I do a research using AI, it's not AI's research. I prompted AI. It was just my research tool. So I think it will get to that point where when AI becomes just a tool, we're just going to treat it as a tool, you know. And human beings will still retain their creative ownership, copyright, and all that.
So, sorry, I have thoughts on that. I think I agree with you, but you also have to be, and also speaking to what Excel said about terms of conditions, you have to be mindful of the platforms on which you do these things. For instance, like you said, Fruity Loops would not want to retain like publishing rights when you use their default packs. But a lot of people share packs up and down And in some of those packs that are shared up and down, there are licenses, there are terms, and the person is probably saying, you may not have seen it, but the person is probably saying, if you use sounds from this pack, I'm entitled to 10% of your pub on producer side. Now, that's not Fruity Loops business, you understand? But it's the third party who developed these sounds and has put it there. And if you don't see it and the person catches you, it will come for more than 10%, that's for sure, you know. If you go on Splice and you look at the frequently asked questions, Splice will say, oh, everything that's within this library, you can get a non-exclusive right to use and you can monetize. But not every platform is going to do that. So I think it comes down to understanding the platforms you're using. Try and read the T's and C's. You probably wouldn't, but try and ask questions. Try and probe a little to see the limits to what you can do, what you can monetize, just to be sure that you don't fall into any traps along the line.
Okay, thank you. Okay, as a subset of this question, we've spoken about it in terms of who owns what, credit and all that, in terms of individuals. But let me give you a collaborative example that happened last year. So there's this guy. I can't place the songs now because you guys are too beautiful and it's disturbing my frequency, mental frequency. But there's this guy, this artist, a white guy. He had hits he had a hit song in the 80s. Yeah, big hits in the 80s. And then by the end of the 80s, or is it the 90s, he suffered a medical condition. He had aphasia that affected his speech due to stroke. And since then, he's been unable to make music. This is an artist who had global hits, unable to make music. Last year, his record label, I think was it Warner? Yeah, it was Warner. I checked. The story is featured prominently in the last IFPI report, the last one. For those who read the report, you would see the story there. And they came together with him, said, hey, this your record has some TikTok value, and we can see a lot more people are trying to get into it. So how about we create a new song with you, since you have fans that endure? They found an AI company, sat with him, did the research, created models that could mimic his voice, and they created a new record for him. Yeah, so in that case, it was done, multiple hours of work, a number of companies were involved because they had to build the model that can give us his voice to re-sing it and find the most ethical way to present it rather than making it a cash grab, you know? And I'm wondering, in that scenario, that's very special scenario, who owns what? How much does the record label own? How much does the artist own? And even the companies who had to build custom models to create his vocals, do they get a percentage of that?
Honestly, I'm just speaking theoretically. In a scenario like that, I'd assume the record label would treat the project as an investment, right? So whatever comes out of it, they're the ones taking the risk. So yeah, they control a chunk of the profit. The company who had to create the models, they are contractors. Yeah, they can't use that voice anywhere, so they'll be paid handsomely for that. They just gave us the technology that could remake his voice. The artist still owns his voice at the end of the day, his image and likeness, because you can't put that voice on Joey Akan's name, you understand? So I think it's clear. The label owns what they own, which is the entire project. The artist also holds his side. The AI company, they're contractors, and they should be treated as such.
Okay, thank you so much. Osaro, so looking at the future, what skills do you think Nigerian producers, Nigerian creators need to, what's the most important skill rather, that they need to develop to stay competitive and viable in this AI-driven universe that we've been thrust into? Is it prompt engineering? Is it prompting? What do we need to do? What do we need to add to our repertoire of skill set to be able to compete?
The most honest answer is I don't know. But to guess at it, if you have something that makes it easier to accomplish or process or manipulate large amounts of information, you can maybe think about it as having an amphitheater full of interns to go and do whatever task you need to do. In that world, and imagine that everybody on Earth also has an amphitheater full of interns to do whatever they want to do. In that world, the most important question becomes, what do you decide to do? So what's the quality of your ideas, the quality of your instincts, those things, your agency to actually take all the many decisions that lead you to, an end product, creative vision, things like that. That's what I guess history suggests to me is going to matter right now. We'll see.
What does history suggest to you, Akachi?
I feel like the prompt engineers are going to be super important, to be very honest. It's not set in stone, but I agree with everything you said. I root for the prompt engineers, and in a sense, I root for, I don't know what to call these people, but the people that go to source the sounds. And what I mean is the indigenous sounds. Let's talk African music now. AI is, I dare say, it's like garbage in, garbage out, right? It's the information you feed it is going to break down, replicate, mass produce. That means it needs accurate inputs, right? So somebody has to make sure that I don't knock on the table and AI calls it talking drum. Do you get what I mean? So the people that are going to source the actual sounds, the actual instruments, and are going to capture these are going to be very, very important, because they are going to feed into the system that's now going to mass produce and reclassify. So these are the guys I think are going to be super important.
Okay, so we should be looking out for AI prompt engineers, Afrobeats division. Okay, and Excel, while you're trying to answer that, also take this into consideration as you're speaking. So, creatives competing, but also think of it holistically. If in the future, do you think, I know we have our nuances, but do you think we will ever get to a point where a full Afrobeat hit, AI created Afrobeat hit, top to bottom, would be a reality? And if and when we do get to that point, how should the industry respond?
I'm going to start from there, if that is possible, 100%. 100%, because, it's pop music at the end of the day. So 100%, it is possible. How should the industry react? It should be celebrated. Whoever, the minds who are behind it should be celebrated. It would also show that, innovation. The theme of our conversation is innovation or imitation, and AI is for innovation. The difference between invention and innovation is, with invention, you're creating something brand new. With innovation, you are tweaking and adjusting as required. So yes, it should be celebrated. What I was going to say was, his phrase, an amphitheater full of interns, stuck with me. It's such a great analogy. And I think not even for producers in music, everybody should go and learn AI. The problem of being a creative from a third world country is that because you are third world, you're already disadvantaged. One, most likely your thinking is poor. Most likely you only think to eat. Most likely you are thinking to survive. Instead of being someone who thinks for actually getting a global audience. Listen to me. The future is for people that are thinking both locally and globally. If you want to be a local champion, that's on you. But my advice to everybody, and listen, pay attention to the signs, pay attention to what people are doing with their money. Daniel Ek, the CEO of Spotify, now has a healthcare startup called Neko Health. Do you know what it does? You go to instead of going to the hospital, you go to Neko Health, you stand, the machine scans you, it tells you what's wrong with you. You go home. So that means healthcare is being disrupted. That means doctors You see where I'm going with this? This is the future. Don't say you were not told. Don't go and, when they say AI will take people's jobs, it is the people that did not take AI serious that will not have jobs. This thing is not going anywhere. So unless you still want to be, searching Google by 2050, then yes, don't take it serious. But please, I am begging you, especially if you're a young person here, AI is coming for everything. It is computing faster than the human mind can. So please adjust.
Okay, thank you. Just for my personal curiosity, I was wondering, that machine, can it detect malaria caused by heartbreak? I'm not sure. So the human element important. Okay, so going into the final part of this before we hand the mics to our beautiful audience here. I'm wondering, two questions in one. One is a one-word answer, while the other one needs explanation. So it's A and B. So A, you put your one word, B, you explain. So the question is, so innovation or imitation, which one best describes AI in this market, in music? Innovation or imitation right now, at this point? And also, for young creatives who are thinking about experimenting with AI tools for the first time, what would you advise them to do? At what stage would you say, hey, this is when you should get into AI? Something I do remember, so I do a lot of writing. Over the years, I've done a lot of writing, and even though I do a lot more podcasting now. And one of the first time I ever knew what AI could do was, I woke up one day, I got commissioned by The Guardian UK, to give them an outlay of the industry, the music industry, and how inflation is eating deep into our entry barrier, financial entry barrier. And after writing the article, just for cruise, I fed a number of parameters into one of these, into DeepSeek. A number of parameters, hey, this is all the information, these are the interviews I have to back this up. Give me an article in the format of Joey Aken. And by the time I prompted it as an editor if I was going to commission another Joey Aken to write. And by the time it came back, that article looked better than the one I was going to submit to The Guardian. I didn't submit the new one because, I have pride. I have pride. But my ego was a bit hurt because I'm like, I'm not the only one that can create this piece of art exactly like this, or even better right now. And so, with this one now, how do young creatives who are getting into the space, at what point should they embrace AI in this process? And also, imitation or innovation, what best describes it at this point?
Innovation. At what point, so the answer A, innovation. At what point should young artists, producers, creative people, anybody get into the air? As you are leaving this door, as you are walking out like this, get into AI. Listen, children in China are AI experts. They already know better than your children to come. You need to understand where you are, the world you are in. So that's my answer. As you are leaving this door like this, go and find, there are free AI courses online. Go and take one. Don't be left behind.
Also, before Osaraman, just to add to that, in Dubai now, they're signing a deal, UAE rather, they're signing a deal with ChatGPT to provide free AI service, free premium service to everybody within that geographical location, within that sovereign state. So yeah, Osaraman, over to you.
Unfortunately, I don't have a satisfying answer, but because AI is forcing change in the world, it's forcing everybody to adjust and rethink, okay, what am I doing here? Why am I doing it? I think that's important, an important impulse. Every 15 or so years, the world needs to change. But I can't call it just innovation, knowing that in addition to the training data conversation, there's also the fact that, or rather, to support the training data conversation, companies have taken creative work And like the actual mechanism by which things get generated is trying to imitate something that looks like a completion to your prompt. So I can't quite pick one or the other. What I will say is that while I agree with Excel that you should definitely dive in, it's not a silver bullet. It's not going to solve world hunger or your problems. That you still have to decide what to do with the tool. Yeah, I guess I'll leave it at that. Good luck.
Thank you. Lolu?
Yeah, I kind of agree with Osoro on this one. I think it's a hybrid. It's a hybrid. It's innovative, yes. It does imitate too, yes. It just depends on how you choose to use it. If you write, we both can sit down and tell ChatGPT to write something for us, but based on the kind of prompts we give it, we'll get different responses. And if we keep prompting and keep tweaking, we'll get different responses. So I think it's a hybrid. And the next question, which is how soon should creatives get into it? Honestly, you can't give what you don't have. Yeah, if you're not creative, if you don't understand beat patterns, if you don't understand basic melodies, even if you had the best AI in the world, if you had the best AI assistant, it just would not give. You understand? So first thing I would say is, once again, while you're arming yourself with AI tools, treat it as, just a creativity enhancer. This is not the answer to the problem. It just enhances what you have in you. So the more creative you get, the better results you get using AI. Telling AI to write a J. Akan article because you already can write. You already did the work, so you just thought to enhance this for me. So get creative, play around with the tools. It's a hybrid.
And Nakachi?
So for me, I'll say innovation. And I think my advice is to young creators is twofold, right? One, have a curious mind. Curiosity will lead you down the rabbit hole of knowing what tools are available to you. Every day, new tools are being developed. Every day, new ways to optimize your processes. Every day, like there are new AI tools being developed, and the AI is being fed. With every prompt you put in, is being fed information. So it's growing and growing. So yes, do have a curious mind. Feed your curiosity. At the same time, understand what your needs are. Because, like I said, it's a rabbit hole, right? And it's so fascinating that you just keep going and going and going. You're losing time. And you might not end up doing what it is you originally set out to do. And that's, depends on the urgency of the situation. That's not the worst thing. But understanding your needs would help you know how to feed it into your process. Whether you're an artist, you're a producer, even if you're a painter, like just understanding your needs would help you know how to use it better. Definitely.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for our panelists. Thank you. Thank you. This is so beautiful. And I always feel weird on stage when I have to call my friends by their government names. This is not what I call them outside. And so this is the Q&A time I have just 2 spots. We're limited for time. We talked too much, sorry. So 1 and 2. So 1 and 2. If we could get the mics to them. So just your name and your question and who is directed to. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to the panelists. My name is Sainted. I'm a music producer and an artist as well. So the question I have is directed to, sorry, I didn't really get your full name.
Osaruman is my name.
Yes, Osaruman. So the question I have is, it's been one of my biggest dreams to get my music in film in some type of way. And as a Nigerian up-and-coming artist, that's like proven to be very difficult. So how do you navigate that, like even generally like making music and then like getting your music to be used in film and other places? Thank you.
I'll just share a few thoughts, and if you want, we can have a follow-up conversation. The first thing I want to clarify is, do you want to score film, or do you want your songs to make it into I guess, films?
Honestly, like both. I don't want to have to choose one, just both of them. Yeah.
Okay. I'll speak more about the first, and I'm sure you can see Joseph Abiagom for advice on the second more. Okay, so the first thing I'll say is that, do you have any filmmaker friends? How much film do you watch? How much film do you watch? A lot, okay. So the first thing I'll advise you to do, if you haven't already, is to have your music in the films by films made by all your filmmaker friends. Tell them that they are required to have your music in legally. What that does for you is give you proof points, because I guess in my experience, in many conversations where you want to do something like this, the first thing that someone is going to ask for is, okay, where's your show reel? You know, let's know what you're about. What have you worked on, etc. And I think having that proof to show that, oh, I can do this, whether or not it's authentic, or whether or not you're commissioned to do it, I think is really important. Also, going through the process will teach you things. The other thing I'll say is, you should network aggressively, because frankly, people hire and work with people. Ultimately, when you cut out all the formality, people work with people that they connect with. And if you find yourself connected with filmmakers, it feels like you get their story, and not just, oh, I want to push my music through your film as a distribution channel. It's more, I want to understand what you're trying to say, and just figure out how I can help you say it using my creative voice. I think that helps. There's some other tactical stuff we should talk about, but I don't necessarily want to say that into a mic. So.
Please, who was the second? Okay.
Yeah, number 2 over there.
Good morning. My name is SKJ. So my question is directed to Mr. Laulu. So you spoke about like prompt engineering and that, and I'm saying I believe that there has to be like a certain level of music theory and creativity for you to remain relevant. So I just want to know like your... Oh, you can't hear me?
Yeah, if you could just project a bit.
So I said you spoke about like prompt engineering and that, and I said I believe that there needs to be some sort of music theory or creativity to back up your AI usage. So my question is, to what extent do you think one needs to go for him to be able to survive?
What extent do you need to go deep into music theory to, power your AI to be able to survive and prompt engineering?
Oh, okay. So, I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of music theory, even though I know it. Yeah, even though I know it, but I learned that just compulsorily in school. But I'm not the biggest fan of music theory. And honestly, I think creativity can't be learned. Yeah, it's just something that comes from within. So, I don't think there has to be, maybe I put that the wrong way. I'm so sorry about that. I don't think there has to be some sort of structural learning that has to go into your journey to being a musician before you now start messing with AI tools. No. What I was just saying is, it can't replace what you have inside of you. So if, for many producers and artists, their biggest inspiration to creativity is just listening to other people's works. Yeah, they just spend so much time consuming a wide range of sound. Like, they can go, I have friends who every day is one new music or the other, and it just sounds weird to me. I'm like, what's this? What's this? What's that? When they finally sit down to create their own music, you can see that influence. Like, you can see that this person's ears are just wide. So if your process is to listen to more music, do that. Yeah. Don't just have AI replace your creativity because it can't. You understand? It can't. So what I was basically saying is what you have inside of you is enough. AI is just going to make it better, but it will replace it. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, you do.
Can I offer a quick sense of music theory?
Yeah.
Full disclosure, I don't play the keyboard, so interpret this however you want. And you do. But if you're going to speak to people in a language, it helps to be fluent in that language. So while music theory is not necessary to make a song, I think making the songs that you ultimately want to make as an artist will in some way require you to understand, okay, this chord that I heard in this song, why does it work and why does it make me feel the way it does? The other thing to add to our conversation earlier is that I wouldn't like to over-index or focus too much on prompt engineering, because prompt engineering resulted from the fact that the first way we've experienced quote-unquote AI tools is via chat interfaces. What I suspect we're likely to see is that the companies who make regular software are going to adopt or inject AI into their regular interfaces. One example of this, I think, should be Photoshop's generative fill. And you don't need to necessarily get good at telling it what to do, but you do need to know what you want to do with it, so you can make things that last.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sarah, man. Thank you, all of you. Round of applause for my people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please wait for your group photo. If you enjoy that panel session, with a show of hands, let me hear. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Joey. Thank you so much, Akachi. Thank you so much, Laolu. Thank you so much, Mr. Osaraman. And thank you, Mr. Excel. So does anyone want to share anything that any panelist said that particularly stood out to them? Oh, that was fast. Okay. How do I get the mic across to you? Can an usher please help me pass this mic to... Can I get an usher up front? Whose hand was up, please? Okay, Tisha. Anything that stood out to you, and what panelists said that? Why did it stand out to you? It's Tisha.
Hi. Okay, so the panelist I would be referring to is Mr. Excel.
Mr. Excel,
yes.
okay.
So when he made mention of the vinyls that a brand was displaying downstairs, and he said that there was a time when vinyls were, the thing, and then we had CDs, we had cassettes, that there has always been like an evolution. There has always been some type of like innovation to take the music industry a step higher, and that's the same with AI. So we shouldn't see it like as, a threat, but we should see it like as a growth.
Yeah.
Just as how vinyls became CDs, CDs became, iPod,
and we should work with the
iPods became
adaptability,
Spotify.
yeah?
Exactly. So we should just like adapt to it, yeah.
Thank you so much, Shema. Can you please pass the mic back to Tisha, please? Just keep passing it backwards. To him. He has black hood over his head. His hands are up, yeah.
I think the thing that stood out to me the most was when Laolu was talking about how art still needs soul in it. Like that's the fundamental component of art.
Wait, I'm not following. Please come again. I'm not.
I said what stood out to me the most was when Laoli was talking about how art needs soul in it.
Okay.
Because a lot of things generated by AI are very soulless, and soul is like a very fundamental component of art. And I think that it stood out to me because that's just something I really resonate with. Because me, I make art myself, and whenever I see AI generated art, it just really annoys me because.
So that means you can see the soul in art.
Yeah, like you can always tell when somebody that made an artwork, you can tell when they had fun making it. Like you can tell when someone actually loves art through their artwork, and that just really stood out to me.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that take. Please, a round of applause for the guys who had something to say. These were very valid points. So to usher you into panel 2 is another music performance. Now, he recently won the award for Artist of the Year Male. Artist of the Year Male at the SMC Awards night. And he is an actor. He is, in fact, there's so many things about this guy. Let me just tell you, he's a multifaceted creative. He does everything at once. I don't know if you guys were here for Play Palettes. If you were here, let me hear you. Okay, so that means you know that David is about to take charge of this place. So please put your hands together for David. Please, another round of applause.
Hello, everyone. I trust that everybody's having a great time. I'm so grateful to be here and that I get to share this stage with so many diverse sounds. Shout out SK for a fantastic performance, and Ned K, and Christina, and everybody that will grace this stage today. Music is such a beautiful thing. It's such a powerful thing. And today will be a testament to how much power it holds. Recently, I've been struck by how much music has been used as just an escape, a means to avoid, but today, I strike you to tell you that music can cause change, the change that we want to see in our nation, in our country, in our communities. And today we will showcase that. With that being said, we are performing this song together. We are The Evolution. David and The Evolution are performing today, so I want to teach you a part of the song. So it goes like, la ya la ya oh. So I will cue you in like this. Let's do it again. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh yeah, oh now don't sabi, don't try. Now we're performing the song together, right? So this is our song. Are you guys ready? Oh yeah. Let's get it. Hey, shout out AY, IOTM tonight, Avi today. I know that I'm boring and restrained. I'm morphing to a blanket in the rain. Alone in a song. I spy with my little lie, a lie that's calling me to fade my lines, 'cause I'm spied on by every eye, and I reply by kissing their. Hey pretty foreigner, I'm trying to change my clothes but you peeking from the corners. Can't let you walk around seeking all of my horror. Explorer like Dora, I hide on my wire, they wire like Transformer. Tell me, hey, we'll send you a message. I don't know the person, I broke all the manage, I know. Tell me, hey, we'll send you a message. I don't know the person, I don't know the person, I know. I'm still running out of time, I need to find a line that'll make all the messes resign from monitoring, watching, designing, and somehow discovering most of my life is a liar, liar, oh. Murder my conscience, there's blood on my story. Liar, liar, oh.
You they lie, I they lie. My for, liar, liar, oh. Why you can't they shout, oh? Who you want this scout, oh? Put on a show. Make me a good child like Samuel. Johnny, no show me how to lie well. I suffer from lack of the knowledge that I keep running from. Carry your load and pack 'em all, the colors, oh. I'm blinded by colorful, wonderful, incredible talents and go, but I forget time go. Time is ticking, time is, yeah, time to make a promise, yeah, will you become my novice? Time is ticking, all time will break. Have I been living blindly? Maybe I'm killing time. Patience is the killer, I'm innocent, don't you judge me. The music's the same, the lyrics the same. Time to switch up your taste. No go, no show. Pansa, party, scatter pack all the party pack. In the finale, I'm finally fine if I find that time, fine if I find that time, fine if I find that time, finding my best. Liar, liar, oh. Welcome to the evolution.
David, a performer, an actor, a singer, a songwriter, ladies and gentlemen. Please. David is just too much. I feel like from how he performs, you can tell that this guy has to be an actor. So much theatrics with the... Okay, let me swap mic. Someone please help me take this out. Thank you. Okay, we're already way behind schedule. So let's just kick in with panel 2. So similar to panel 1, it will be for exactly 1 hour. And within the hour frame, you have your Q&A. So the panelists have to make sure that they speak before the end of the hour. And then the remnant of time would go to the Q&A session. So the topic of this panel is AI and creative education, public and private sector efforts in developing future talent, and it seeks to examine how government and private sector initiatives are bridging the AI knowledge gap for young creatives. And the moderator for this panel is a corporate affairs specialist at New Cross Exploration and Production, a leading indigenous oil and gas company. He brings a strong background in strategic communications, branding, and stakeholder engagement, with experience across the finance, business, education, and energy sectors. Known for blending corporate strategy with compelling storytelling, he drives internal alignment and strengthens external visibility through innovative, data-driven communication solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Augustine Nwosu. He has not sat down yet now. Okay, and our second panelist serves as the special assistant to the Minister of Arts and Culture, championing the growth of Nigeria's creative industries at the Federal Ministry of Art, Culture, and the Creative Economy. A multifaceted filmmaker, he completed his training at the Met Film School, Ealing Studios, London, in 2014, and has since built a strong portfolio as a skilled cinematographer and visionary creator. With an impressive showreel of narrative work, he has contributed to 2 full-length feature films, 1 TV drama, a web series, and multiple award-selected short films. In his role as special assistant, he leverages his creative expertise to support the development and promotion of Nigeria's arts and cultural industries. Please join me to welcome Prince Baba Agba. It's dying down. I don't like that. Keep it up. Come on. Our next panelist is a creative professional with a strong background in events, partnership, and music project management. Currently the events and partnerships lead at Durozi International, he works at the forefront of music rights management, helping African creatives protect ownership, access global royalty structures, and build long-term value from their catalogs. With experience managing large-scale cultural initiatives like Oyo Countdown 2024 and Native Land Festival, he brings a unique blend of strategic coordination and advocacy to the evolving conversation around ownership, copyright, and fair compensation in the digital era. Passionate about building sustainable creative ecosystems, he is committed to shaping a future where innovation and ethics move hand in hand in the music industry. Please help me welcome Shorinola Adekunle. Our final panelist is a seasoned creative industry professional with a proven track record of driving growth and innovation. As Google's lead for culture and creative industry partnerships in sub-Saharan Africa, he developed strategic partnerships and advocated for the adoption of innovative tools to enhance creativity. With experience as head of growth and partnership at Chocolate City Limited, he expanded the company's footprint across music, agency, and live entertainment, securing notable partnerships, including a landmark deal with Warner Music. He has worked with prominent brands like Pernod Ricard, Moet and Hennessy, and Coca-Cola. He holds a bachelor's degree in political science and is a certified project management professional, making him a very, very well-rounded expert in his field. Please put your hands together for Mide Falegon. So that's the second to the last, but this is actually the last panelist. He is a seasoned music marketing executive, digital strategist, and creative growth hacker with over 7 years of experience driving innovation in music and digital media. He's known for blending digital strategy, growth hacking, and creative marketing to deliver impactful results. With experience as head of marketing at Triller and a role at Chocolate City Music, he has developed expertise in building high engagement campaigns that resonate across platforms and cultures. He has worked with award-winning artists and content creators and oversees vast networks of influencers. His passion extends beyond marketing to mentoring the next generation and researching emerging trends, exploring the intersection of music, content, and digital platforms. His multi-dimensional approach continues to push boundaries in Africa's evolving entertainment ecosystem. Please put your hands together for Moyosore Olumodeje, Head of Growth and Marketing, Chocolate City. Okay, so like I said before, the topic for this panel is AI and creative education, public and private sector efforts in developing future talent. And it seeks to examine how government and private sector initiatives are bridging the AI knowledge gap for young creatives. So I implore you to please listen. Please put your phones down. In fact, let me do this small exercise I like to do. Please face your neighbor and say, neighbor. Make it louder. Say, neighbor. If I catch you with your phone, I will seize it and I will sell it. Ladies and gentlemen, the panel begins. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. So I was going to ask you guys how you're feeling, how everything's going, but that performance by the musician earlier, it was fantastic. He brought the energy up, so basically I don't have to do anything. So, as you've heard, the topic is about AI in creative education. But I wanted to step back a little bit and make it a bit more easy to digest, right? So, like as we Nigerians, not just Nigerians, everyone in the world, we're at an inflection point in history. If you think about it, we're in the spot just before AI takes over, as Elon Musk keeps saying, right? And then I want you to think about people in history, people in the 11th or 10th century before the horse plow, became mainstream. How are people farming before?
The question is,
what does AI do and how does it function. So I know the first part is everybody looks at it like, oh, it's going to replace all artists, it's going to make music, you don't need anybody to make music. I mean, that certainly is possible, potentially, but I always say, like, as a creator, I'm not really worried about AI in that sense. I don't think it's going to replace me. But the question I then ask is, how can we as creators use AI to get better productivity, to do things faster, to do things better, to do things more efficiently, right? So if it's with music, for example, there are people that are gifted that know how to, you give them a keyboard or something, they're going to make music, but they might not know how to write sheet music, as an example. It's possible that AI, and this already happens with the music softwares, right? Because AI, to be honest, has always existed, but I think what's happened is that there's a certain level of AI that's now very intelligent, so it's gotten branded this way. But it's easy for a producer to produce, and then it converts the whole thing into sheet music, and then they can sell the sheet music or whatnot. And then it might be somebody doing marketing, doing graphics, and they're just able to churn out the actual material. But then AI needs prompting. So it still falls back to fundamentally what you know and how you and how well you know it. So from an AI point of view, mastering the tool, understanding how that tool can be used, just like every other tool, whether it's a keyboard, whether it's a guitar physically, you're holding it, whether it's a camera or whatnot, enables you to give the right prompts and direction for the AI to produce your desired effect. Because at the end of the day, we're trying to communicate and say something. So AI doesn't have consciousness. It's not going to be able to say anything. It's just working off what you're prompting it. So I think it's a productivity tool that's really going to give us a leapfrog opportunity. Nigeria never seems to evolve in the traditional manner. With telecoms, we didn't have landlines everywhere, but then mobile came and we really adopted it and did unique things. With banking, we had issues. Then we really went to internet banking and just evolved our own things that we were better at, fintechs, these apps, all that. So I think with AI, there's the opportunity to say we might have been behind on certain things, but if we really adopt those tools, master them, we could leapfrog and be ahead of so many people in the world.
I think prompt engineering is something that is actually gaining in the mainstream, and people are beginning to be aware that, as he said, the AI doesn't have consciousness. It's actually you that's inputting the information into it. That two different people cannot use ChatGPT the same way. One of them might be an expert in the field who knows exactly the prompt he wants to input to save time, and the other person doesn't know, doesn't even know what to input, and he doesn't even know that he doesn't even know what to input, So yeah, prompt engineering is something that is gained, it's very important in creative field and every other field related to AI.
Hi, my name is Shoriel Adekule, the Events and Partnership Lead of Durox International, a music rights management company here in Lagos. So basically, what I view AI as is just a tool and a further invention of things that have already been before now. And we, as a creative ecosystem, should understand this is just a tool that's here to service the heart. We want to make music. What's the chances of making a hit song out of 100 songs that's been recorded? That's a lot of it. How do we publish music and people get their royalties faster? How do you do distribution faster? There's a lot of problems and technicalities that we as a music ecosystem that we are facing. So the advent of AI or the use of AI will actually facilitate and provide solutions to existing problems that we have. So we as an ecosystem, are we going to sit down and look at what's this to figure it out, or we'll learn? Because everything in science and technology is something that you really need to learn about it. When you learn about it, when you know the knowledge, you know how to use it, this is not how you create solutions to the existing problems that we have in the ecosystem that we have. So now the music ecosystem, and I'm asking a personal question, are you going to sit back and watch, or you want to work on existing problems and solve them using the artificial intelligence? And mind you, you are the designer of these things. Whatever product you want to design, you have an idea of what this is. Whatever music you want to create or write or produce, you have an idea of what you want it to sound or the emotions you want to pass around. So would you rather not, create something using an artificial intelligence that you've actually prompted yourself? I believe every one of us will actually want to do that. So I think AI is here to stay, and we all need to catch up on it. And then we as an ecosystem, as an industry, as a country, we need to work on that and follow through with that. Thank you.
Some people think that maybe like the United States, for example, could regulate the usage of AI, because they have ChatGPT and Gemini and stuff. But it's not something that can be that's not going to be regulated. There's China with DeepSeek, and we also know that other countries are looking to get involved in the AI arms race. So basically, to reiterate this point, AI is here to stay and it has to be embraced.
Right, thank you. I definitely share some of the sentiments of the previous speakers, right? We do agree that AI is here to stay. But if we look at the way artificial intelligence is applied across different industries, that is where differences will come into it. So if you're looking at artificial intelligence and the application of AI, maybe in healthcare or maybe in manufacturing, right? It's a bit different. In healthcare, there are leaps and, you're able to discover cancer maybe 7 years early before you'll have discovered it. But when it comes to the creative industry, and maybe more specifically the music industry, I think there's a level of care that now needs to be taken in the application of AI, right? Because when it comes to music industry or even creative industry, there's the creative part of it. I think the previous session had the conversation around when you are creating music, it's soulful, right? There's also the subjectivity part of creativity, right? Or how do you say something is creative, right? If I say this is a creative, art, is different. The way I interpret it might be different from the way Moyo will interpret it or anybody here will interpret it. There's a debate if AI can replicate creativity, right? There's a debate if AI can create, songs that will connect with us. I mean, that will always still be a debate in my mind, in my view. But I think there's another part of AI application in the creative industry, which is around the productivity imperative, which was what he was also speaking to, right? Once creation is done, once you've created when you've created music, right, intellectual property kicks in. So the way that music will now travel across the value chain, from distribution, licensing, ascribing rights to it, and consumption, that is where I think AI would make the most transformational impact in music industry, right? Because if you're looking at the music industry right now, we're still particularly in the Nigerian context, it's still very, very informal, unstructured, and fluid, right? In creativity, you need that fluidity, right? That fluidity is the beautiful chaos, if you like, right? It is how you're able to create good music that can connect with people, whatever you define good as. But once you create that now, we still have lack of structures. We have challenges with data management, right? We have fragmented data management structures. We have challenges maybe when you're distributing your music. I'll give an example. If you're getting reports from multiple DSPs, your Spotify, your YouTube Music, or your Apple, these reports come in different formats, right? And you definitely need somebody in the distribution company to now aggregate all of this data, right, from all of these different sources. That is a tedious task, right? Essentially a nightmare for anybody to work on. But when you have tools, AI tools that can work on that, that sort of accelerates productivity, right? Even in marketing, for example, which I'm sure the next speaker will talk on, how do you gather consumer insights? How do you see how people are interacting with your music or your art? There are AI tools that can help in that particular area. So I think what I'm just trying to say is you have to have the appreciation for art still, but again, the application of artificial intelligence in the music industry, I believe, is most transformational across the productivity lines. How do we ensure that we have more structure in our industry? How do we ensure that we have more, we're able to monetize even this intellectual property that is being created? At the end of the day, it's a business, right? We're not creating art it's for the sake of art, but at the same time, the creator needs to eat, right? And I believe artificial intelligence can be very transformational when it comes to accelerating productivity in the creative industry. That's how I view AI in music.
Awesome. So I think that the number one question on everybody's mind is my skill set one of those things that AI can take the place of what I do? Can AI take the place of what I do? And I feel like that's the biggest question on everybody's mind, right? And the way I like to look at it is, I look at AI as tech on steroids, right? That's how I look at AI. I look at it as tech on steroids, right? We all use tech here, and we know how much technology has helped us advance as a people. Right? Now imagine what we could do if that technology could advance us at, say, 10 times, 20 times that rate, right? So it's not that AI is coming to take the place of what we do. AI is coming as an enhancer. That's how I like to look at it. Specifically to the creative economy, I think that for the creative economy, we are still a long way, especially Nigeria, Africa as a whole. We are still a long way, right? We're still like at the very infancy stage. You know, a child is, when you have an infant, after a while, the child is checking, how do I walk? Do I crawl? Do I walk? Right? I feel like we are currently at that stage right now. And that's why we're still battling things like acceptance, right? Do we fully accept it? Do we fully embrace the AI evolution, right? We're still battling things like understanding the fundamentals, right? What is the scope of what AI can do? So those are things where we are currently with AI. Like the former speakers have said, I think that whether we like it or not, AI has come to stay. The previous panel also said this, AI has come to stay. So I think that one of the things that will help us move forward, number one, is our view, our acceptance to embrace AI, the willingness to learn how AI can be very useful. I was saying earlier that we are in such a very early stage with the discovery of AI that we don't know the full potential of what it can do. There are still so many things that we can explore with AI, right? Right now, we're still operating with a very limited knowledge of what AI can do. You know, if we leave the infancy stage, we are going to go into the point whereby we are beginning to apply AI. There's the application stage where we begin to apply it to like the different things. Like there's application to marketing, there's application to creative direction. You know, we had a creative meeting at the office, and you know, while seated there at the office, we didn't need to go and come back for a mood board. Right there and there, we were creating a mood board that we could use, right? And we were having, you know, it was real-time feedback. So there are a lot of applications that exist in AI. And it doesn't even stop with the application level, you know. There's still the level whereby we now begin to design and to develop ideas, AI solutions that are specific to our needs, right? Like I said, it's a journey of exploration, but I think that everyone needs to get on this wave.
So I think all the speakers' summary can be that two things in particular. AI is here to stay, and there's a skill gap in using AI. There are ways to make it enhance the work you're doing, no matter your industry, no matter whether you're the artist, no matter whether you're the distributor, the marketer, the promoter, anything. There are ways to leverage AI that we don't even know how to do yet. But our role is to ensure that, yes, the young generation is able to see these advantages, to be able to use it better so that we're not left behind. So moving on, I would like to ask, this question is addressed to Prince Baba. The government sector actually takes a lot of flack from creatives these days. I would say that a lot of creatives would say stuff like, oh, the government hasn't helped us enough, oh, we're doing all this by ourselves. There are also people that actually have the opposite view. There are some nice programs that I'm aware of, like the Creative Industry Financing Initiative, SIFI, you know, also the Ministry of Arts and the creative sector, you know, so like I know that the government is trying to do some things, but what I want to ask is, how is the government trying to, you know, leverage the use of AI and take the young creatives on board? Like how are you trying to prepare us for the AI battlefield it's being waged now?
Okay, thanks for that. I think, first of all, people need to understand the role of government and then also the different levels of government and what their responsibilities are. At the ministerial level, really, it's a policy making and shaping and implementation. That's what the ministry is meant to do, right? And then obviously you have some agencies or cultural organizations beneath it that do different things. And I would say outside of our own ministry, you would have other ministries with agencies under them that intersect with the sector. So as an example, you would have the NCC, the Copyright Commission, which is currently under Justice. You would have the National Broadcast Commission, which is under Ministry of Information, that regulates television stations, radio stations. Obviously, NCC copyright deals with all the intellectual property stuff around the industry and the materials that are created. Then you could go into Ministry of Trade, you could talk about customs, immigration, it all intersects. So the first point you made where people would say nothing has ever been done for them, we could go back and forth on this, but I could point to landmark policies that have actually opened up the sector, whether directly specifically for the sector or generally. So whether it's the telecoms policy to liberate the whole market, or whether it's, for example, NBC's local content policy regulation around music on radio that gave Nigerian music a footing and then has led to where we are, or other things. But that's by the way. I think when it comes to AI particularly and what's potentially going to happen, there's a lot of issues. So we've been working with Midday and Google. They give us some insights into what they're doing and what's going on. And really what you see is this, what I'll say the issues are. Yeah, we talked about all the productivity benefits, right? But I guess where creators get bothered first and foremost is on intellectual property, on copyright. So some people will tell you AI is being trained with my copyright or my intellectual property, and that itself is a consumption that's not being paid for. That's one side. The other thing is that AI is then arguably creating derived work from all this copyright because it can only create based on what is ingested. And then how is this accounted for? And then the other conversation about what AI creates, who owns it, who owns the copyright. And then so the question of creatives using AI, do they own it? Does the AI platform own it? How does that go? And that's really an economic issue, which is the grounding of the entire industry. So from our point of view, and with the policy, so we're working on the IP policy, we're also looking at how AI intersects with this, is how, first and foremost, does it affect copyright, the rights of creators, the rights of people in the value chain that own certain bits of it, and how does that potentially open up the market or crash it? The second part is what we're talking about in terms of productivity. How can AI really be used as a tool to help us leapfrog, to help give us an advantage, right? So like, Midday was talking about, and all the speakers have said, there's so many applications. You could go from the creation side to the monetization side, looking at the bottlenecks and issues we have. You talked about things around distribution, collections, tracking. I mean, the potential is endless. So I will just give you a simple example, right? Imagine an intersection of AI and blockchain and smart contracts around just even being able to say, for example, the copyright registry. Imagine if there's a way we can, let's say, get everything there from just paper files or whatnot into smart contracts on the blockchain, and then AI is able to cross-reference these databases whenever something pops up, or to map, or even radio tracking. So you talk about collective management organizations, and radio stations, TV stations are meant to pay people for use of their music. Well, yeah, we have tracking applications and people sit down to listen to the radio. You have software that does that. But imagine infusing AI into this, where AI basically has an ID of every record that's produced and is able to cross-reference everywhere it's played and make sure that, even from the collections that are made publicly, because the big issue you would find, and I'm sure our guys from Chocolate City will say this, is, yeah, you collect all this money, for example, for creators. How do you ascribe it to a creator? Because you're just collecting money from radio or from a venue. How do you know who gets what? Who generated what? Is there a fair value way of doing it? So I think these are the things that AI would do, and that's where we're looking at from a policy point of view to say, okay, how do our policies take account of the AI question, and then how do they also leverage AI? So with our training programs, looking at CLAP, the Creative Labor Accelerator program with other partners, even things like, with the funds you've mentioned, how does AI even help in implementing that? How can we fund the R&D for AI solutions that are relevant to us? Because, like you said, we can use the tools, but then are we going to start creating solutions based on this language that work for us? So that's really where we're at on the policy side.
Would you say that the evolution of AI is outstripping the current laws that are existing, because obviously nobody could anticipate the speed at which AI could evolve? Does it make your work harder?
Definitely, and I mean, I think the concept of laws just means that technology and evolution would always outstrip them because they are a retrospective thing. So, but that's not always a problem, because you need an environment for innovation to happen. So, everything we're talking about happened before digital. When everything was analog, it was like, yeah, we had this way we did music business. We had this way we did the contracts. I watched a video of Akon, was it 2 days ago, talking about sound, what's it called, ringtones, and realizing early that there was this amazing effect that was happening. So basically, he said he found out that, ringtones were everywhere. And when he asked someone how much they were paying for it, they were like, $4 something or $3 something, right? And he's like, that's for just like 10 or 20 seconds. But a record I'm selling for 99 cents or $1.99. So that he optimized all his music to be very ringtone friendly and pushed it hard, but didn't say anything. But he took notes, and he knew the money was accumulating. And then when the record label came forward for a renewal, they slipped in language talking about digital revenues. But he was like, no, take that out. And, that speaks to the fact that when he was getting his first set of deals, the whole digital concept did not exist because it was just CDs, tapes, radio play. So you see what I mean? Contracts you've signed, laws in place, industry norms are taking into account what has been or what is. But then tomorrow, somebody innovates something crazy. So maybe there's a way that, I can implant a chip in my head and all music just gets, I don't need headphones or something. I can just get all music. That's a new technology that we would now have to account for from a policy, from a regulation, from an industry convention point of view. So yes, the work gets faster, gets more difficult, but I think that's the exciting part about it.
100%. And I like your point about how you mentioned that laws are reciprocal. It reminded me of a movie that I once watched of a bazooka, and then it said, it was written on the head of the bazooka, aim towards the enemy. And so the guy, maybe the protagonist or whatever, was like, why is there aim towards the enemy on the bazooka? Well, it's because someone has blown themselves up with that bazooka before. So now the law is now written, the instruction is now written, aim towards the enemy. Okay, thank you very much. So moving to Shorinal, I have a question for you. As an events and partnership lead, how do you marry, the introduction of AI and with the need or compulsion to actually, keep the Nigerian traditional and cultural and musical heritage? Are there any challenges in that regard? Are people, is the music industry threatened by AI making beats? What is the way forward?
All right. First of all, our music industry in terms of experiences and events really relies on authenticity. We really love things that are real. We want to experience stories that are genuine. Most of actual big artists that are blowing up actually are more particularly street artists that we can relate to their stories. And, when people like that organize these events, we get to see a lot of people. But now, how do we create like a marriage between the AI and event experiences? Is actually, I believe it comes in play in terms of the organization of these events. Not because the event and the experience is actually the art itself. So we really need to have technical or technological advancement to amplify those events and experiences and tell those stories genuinely. Because I said earlier on, whatsoever story, whatsoever content you want to create, you are the originator of that. You know what you want to achieve with that. But then how do you ensure more attendance? How do you ensure more marketing to whatsoever product you want to use to sell that event? You know what I'm saying? When we are selling an experience as an event, either a party, either a mini concert or a listening party or whatsoever, there's actually a product you're plugging to it. A product could either be the music or a merch or something, but there's an experience that you've attached to it. So how do we amplify those things? It's what should be like properly understood. Exactly. So I feel like when we understand the technicalities behind those use, we'll be able to like marry it, but we're able to like get them married together. But then one thing that we should not play with is the originality of those stories. We could probably say, let's organize an Ayo festival. Maybe the LBS Ayo festival. But then how do we get people from either Ijebu or people from Benin or people from Togo that have the Ayo descent and all that? How do we get them to get those stories or get to know about those events either on Snapchat, either have like a Twitch streaming and all that. So it goes a long way. It is just an amplification. So the moment you do not dilute the experiences, I'm talking about experiences, that's a party and event. The moment you don't dilute what the core of that thing is, I think here it's going a long way to like push it off for us. So realize the fact that what I'm trying to create is for people. So you, the designer or the product designer of that event or that party, you understand this is what I want for my people, and then you can see a lot of people that can resonate with it, and then you can use technology to like improve that, and that comes in line with AI. So that's what I think about that. And one thing again that I would like to add to it is the education that surrounds that, because we really need to like have actual workshops. Do you understand? Because most of the time when we talk about AI, it's mostly conversations. People talk about AI. So how do we let people see it in terms of education? How do they see it? How do they get engaged in it? Imagine when we have a panel like this, and there's a quick mini laboratory that shows production where AI is being used. Do you understand? Because we're in the process of people either looking at it, accepting it, or moving on with it. So we really need to like come on and let people come together and see. Do you understand what I'm saying? The way AI is being used, let people see, and that's how you actually bring those things into experiences and people move on with it. Thank you.
So, what role exactly, apart from holding workshops, I need to know, I think people would like to know, what other role can record labels, for example, host or, put on to train artists or managers or people in the industry space? Like how exactly should they make the creative industry, young talent in the creative industry, to leverage AI better?
Okay, it's more like the same question, but I'm going to answer it this way. The private sector, the public sector, the labels, and even the artists themselves, it has to be an intentional effort to want to achieve these things. Do you understand? It has to be very, very intentional, because mostly, I would like to say this, it might sound weird, but mostly, typically when you meet creatives, especially those people that are in charge of the art that are creating, they are typically not aware of these things, because all they just want to be concerned about is the art. They just want to like, oh, I want to do music, I just want to write. You understand what I'm saying? And I don't want to concern anything that has to do with publishing, anything that has to do with how my music get distributed, anything that has to do with meta tags. I don't have business with that and all that. When we have labels that are invested in creatives, in artists, for the reason of pushing these agendas, when we have companies, I read somewhere that Google funded a program about AI education, in Nigeria, I think, or Africa. So when we have our government working in policies with these companies and then involving those creative companies, I'm talking about the labels and artists, there's no way we want to leverage AI in the music ecosystem and just a company coming from either US or France to do something here, and then we don't have an impactful organization like Chocolate City, Drugs International, or Mavis or something like that on board. And then we have actual, influential people in the space. We should have the actual Ashake, the Remas, and all that, and see how these things can work. So when we're able to like come together, create actual experiences of how these things can be used and how it can be annexed in our art and our ecosystem, I think we have growth in that. It has to be intentional.
You have a controversial take?
Yeah.
All right, let's hear it.
So I think, like I said, it's a tool, right? It's technology. Like everything else, it would always be market-driven. So yes, there's a level of enlightenment and awareness that needs to be created. And of course, like you said, artist development, education, those are standard. But it's just like, oh, guess what? We've gone from analog to digital and you can record music digitally, right? When it first came, some people didn't want to adopt it. But at a point, it's like, if you want to compete, you have to move, right? So it's sort of like a sink or swim thing. It's about productivity and competition. So, there's this new musical instrument, there's this new software, there's this new technology for building studios, for building arenas or performance spaces or organizing events. It's a commercial imperative. Nobody's going to force you to. We can tell you all about it, but if you want to survive, you want to compete, you want to be the best, you want to rise to the top, you would naturally gravitate to whatever tools, equipment, expertise you need or that you feel is available. So I think it's more of a case of making them available and awareness of the availability And then naturally people would adopt where they go to. Some people today are still going to tell you they don't record digitally, right? They don't do it. Like, I'm a photographer, I don't shoot digitally. For my own craft or my art, it doesn't work for me. But that's my own personal choice. But then there are a lot of photographers that have never worked on film, will never work on film, and are not interested in working on film. And we both use it in different ways, but the tools are there. Some people create digital art. They've never held a canvas or paint before in their lives, and they are doing amazingly well. So I think it's just another tool that's going to be available. And now I'm talking about the creator side, right? But then from the business guys, if you want to analyze your report and you decide not to use AI, and AI is available, then all your competitors are going to outperform you. And the artists are not going to work with you because you're slow with reports, it's not accurate, If you don't want to use it to optimize your marketing, like you said, you're doing events, how do I analyze all the data to know where the audiences are, where the people that will sell the tickets are? Smart advertising, how do I know where to spend my advertising money? If you don't do it, you just wouldn't be as efficient as everybody else. You wouldn't make as much revenue per naira spent, and you would just get weeded out. And you would see that evolution in the last 10, 20, 30, 40 years in the music business, where there might have been companies that were at the top, and then other companies took over, record labels that were at the top, other record labels took over, and it's not just a local thing. So I think make it available, like you said, teach people, do all these awareness things. Like this panel, for example, will probably bring AI. Everybody might have heard of it, but they might have not thought about it in a different way. What Google is doing, what some of the record labels are doing, and all the partnerships with the ministry, okay, let's create experiences, like you say, where people can come and experience it, right? Or just be aware and go and explore. But yeah, if you don't, nobody can force you to innovate. So yeah.
It really is a sink or swim kind of thing, and we hope that we're all going to be swimming here, right? So, Midday, I wanted to ask you, from your work at Google, what lessons can we apply to train artists, producers, and indie labels to use AI more effectively?
What lessons can we apply to train artists, producers, and indie labels?
Yeah, indie labels to use AI more effectively.
To use AI more effectively. Thank you. I think first of all, just from my perspective and point of view around the use of AI generally among creatives, or even the use generally, I think right now is more of I'll say curious experimentation, right? You have a mobile phone, a smart digital device. You probably downloaded ChatGPT or Gemini on the particular device. You've seen videos. I think Google last week in Google I/O launched VO. I think their most capable tool. And if you're on Twitter actively like me, you see a lot of trends around what that tool can do, and the images that it can generate, and even the videos that it can generate. So I think right now is more around, like I mentioned earlier, is curious experimentation, right? There's no structured or formalized education around application or use of these AI tools, right? Which is where private institutions and I guess collaborating with government comes in, formalizing that type of education. But for the creative industry, I mean, obviously with the lack of maybe structured institutions or formalized education to teach around artificial intelligence, an example is integrating all of those lessons in curriculum, partnerships with institutions like the Pan-Atlantic University or Lagos Business School. When those materialize properly, and I'm sure they're probably happening in some areas. But in the meantime, look, you just have to educate yourselves, quite frankly, right? And the good thing about creatives and even creators is a lot of creatives, at least in my experience, become creatives from self-learning. A lot of these skills are self-taught, right? You see a guy who's, I've met many animators, not even one animator, who literally learned from YouTube, right? Just by watching videos. I remember early on in my career when I was still trying to deal with data and Excel, etc. I literally learned all of that from YouTube. The good thing again about access and tools right now is technology has democratized access, right? So there's no barrier as much as you would find it maybe even back in the day at the time when computers were first built, right? Because they were really massive, computers were only limited to maybe the military in the US. But right now, almost everybody, I'm sure everybody in this room has access to smartphones. Obviously, the challenge would be around data affordability, data quality. But again, there is really little, maybe not little, but there's so much we can do around that, right? But the information is available online, even some of these tools that you use. The funny thing about AI, well, not the funny thing, the thing about AI is you can even prompt your AI tool, maybe your language model, Gemini or ChatGPT that you use, that you wanted to create a list of, education around specific topics and to include the tool, which also goes back to prompting skills. And my advice will always be to maybe structure your education on AI and make it relevant to your own field, right? But it's always important to start with prompt engineering. I think a couple of people had always mentioned prompt engineering, and that's been a topic of conversation, right? Because two people can prompt something with different prompts, and the result is really dependent on the prompt that is fed into the tool, right? So I think there's a lot of self-knowledge or self-thoughts. You need agency, essentially. You need agency right now. But I know the Ministry of Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy have partnerships, with different institutions. Somebody had mentioned earlier that Google had supported about 20,000 creatives last year, and even spilling over to this year. These programs do exist, but I think they are not going to come to you in your bedroom. There's so much that we can do. I mean, I think another big challenge, again, where government partnership is really necessary right now is the spread of AI education, or even education in itself. Because we're in Lagos, we tend to forget that the less urban areas, the rural areas, don't have access to the kind of information that we have in Lagos. Lagos itself is a country, right? And even in creative industry, most of the musicians, the tools, etc., and access that you have. But I think Google last year had launched something in Kaduna as well, just taking education on digital training, artificial intelligence to areas outside of Lagos. So yeah, I mean, that's literally 100%, how I said that.
100%, and I think that he touched on a very important point, which is that, yes, the public sector, the private sector might be trying to help you, but you also have to have that personal drive. A lot of people are in this industry are self-taught. So moving on to Moyosori, I just wanted to ask him, how will AI shape music marketing? Whether in predicting something like fan trends or, general predictions that were done, with big marketing industries before. How is AI going to leverage that kind of thing to make it better, more effective?
Okay. I think that one of the major drivers of the AI explosion right now is that AI sits on a vast amount of data, right? And that has really helped the AI system to develop both generative abilities and predictive abilities, right? If you now look specifically at the creative economy, it's the sort of industry whereby the data we have is mostly unstructured, right? If you come into like the more structured spaces, right? They have spreadsheets, they have data that they've taken, statistics for so long, right? A lot of the things we do is not necessarily because we cannot create this data, but because a lot of the things we work with generally are not created in those formats. So I'll give you a very typical example. You have an artwork, right? An artwork is a fusion of different data points. But to the ordinary eye, you're looking at it like, oh, this is just a piece of art, right? But the AI system is able to run the algorithm in such a way that it's able to extrapolate what are the data points that exist in this and how people react to this. I think for marketing, one of the biggest advantage for us is the ability to have greater audience insights. What we have been doing so far is everybody has been operating in a silo system. So I give a very typical example. I go on Spotify and I'm checking the back end and I'm looking at the number of my monthly listeners. I go on YouTube and I'm looking at the Spotify is the audio, right? I go on YouTube and there's a video on YouTube. and I'm looking at another set of data, right? I post my artwork on social media, and these are different formats, right? So there is the issue of how do I draw an angle of correlation between all this? One of the things that AI has been able to do is to break that silo system, right? Now you have an holistic consumer profile. I look at, with an AI, I'm able to run behavioral analysis, right? From, say, Spotify to the artwork to, say, the video at the end of the day. So number one of the things that AI has really done for us is that holistic consumer behavior. We have like greater data, and it's all packed up into one place. I can say, oh, this is this person across multiple platforms, right? I'm not looking at it that, oh, this is this person for, I don't have to say, oh, guys, you need to do marketing for Apple Music different from marketing for Spotify, right? Another thing it has done for us, it has given us the ability for predictive modeling, right? I have a piece of art, and without even going live, I'm still in my pre-release stage. I can tell you how people are going to react to this, right? Those are one of the uses. I can do super, hyper targeting for people, right? You come and you watch a Google or a YouTube video, and it's saying you might also like, right? With AI, I've been able to map you correctly to say that you would prefer an EDM mix over an acoustic, right? So at the end of the day, what is showing to you, the recommendation, the record engine is giving you answers that are super targeted to you. Like, it just helps to drive. You discover that at the end of the day, your ROI is increasing, and what it does for your risks is that it reduces the risks, right? So those are some of the applications. In fact, even into things like monetization, building blockchain models for artists, those are some of the importance of AI into like music marketing.
100%. So we're almost out of time. I would like to give the opportunity to one person in the crowd to ask a question to any of these panelists. How about that one? Yeah, if you can get a mic. Yeah, over there.
Could you signify with a show of hands? Okay. We are already 6 minutes behind schedule. This panel have ended 6 minutes ago. So please try to make your question as concise as possible. And for whichever panelist will be answering, please try to make your answer short as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. The question I have is for Baba Agba. I heard the government is trying to start funding creatives. If so, please, my company is on board. It's like a creative hub for all creative that can come together, share ideas, fashion, music, and everything. So now the question is, as an artist, I'm a recording artist. I've been an artist for a very long time. And coming up as an artist, our main focus is just the creativity. I just want to sing music. And having the hope that will blow up. So it was recently when I joined the music business of Africa that I realized that, there are other stuffs in the industry that we can get into. So now we are coming with AI. And it was just last year I found out there are other stuffs in the industry that we are getting to. How are we going to make other people in the creative sector be aware that this AI has come to stay? Because I can tell you that a lot of creatives are more focused on the creativity than the technology or the business. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Funding, apply. I think if you check the ministry's handles, there's been a call for applications generally because we got approval to launch the Creative Economy Development Fund, CEDF. So just go online, check the handles, you see all the information. It's interesting what you said about, everybody, like you said, we're all creators, creatives. want to make music, art, film, whatever, and want to blow. But then we don't realize that there's a lot of other things out there related to the same music or art that you could be doing, right? I think it's a very, let me say, it's a very real point that is an issue in this part of the world. Generally, it's an issue, but I think more so here. So I'll talk about two things. First, there's something the ministry's rolled out, and it's like the first phase, but we'll call it the Creative Leap Accelerator Program. And this is what we hope to be able to solve as we expand, which is the issue that you've highlighted of information asymmetry. So a lot of people are familiar with the fact that these are creative endeavors, but we've not realized the full spectrum of that. They also exist in business environments, and hence why you have the change of name of the ministry being created, and you have that whole concept of a creative economy, right? So like you said, you make music, that's fine, but there's so many other things that make the music work, whether it's the managers, the lawyers, the marketing people, the events producers, the brands, all that stuff, right? So with AI as well, like we said, it's really a tool. So I don't see it fundamentally changing anything else that is going on. It's just going to accelerate it. So it's just a new tool people need to adopt. So I think we're already running that program and we're expanding. We have partners like Google on board with what they are doing. So I think that's just really it. Everybody just needs to keep sharing because, yeah, we're at LBS now and it's great. And it's amazing that this kind of event is happening in this environment. So, even students and people that might have not been exposed to the music business are able to come through and realize that, okay, yeah, it's not just to make music, there's other aspects. But, we have kids in secondary school, we have kids in primary school, we have people in our communities that are not as exposed to the sector. So we just have to keep on sharing whatever comes up in opportunities, resources, events like this, so that people really learn. So it's a collective, communal segment industry work that everybody must do to remove that sort of information deficit and make sure that nobody's left behind. So we'll keep doing it, but it's not just government, it's not just private sector, it's the record labels, it's the artists, it's the creators, it's the individuals that play in the ecosystem. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. So that brings us to the end of our second panel. I hope we've been able to convince you and not confuse you that, at least that statement isn't written by AI. We've been able to convince you and not confuse you that the public sector and the private sector is determined to basically leverage AI, and you guys also have to have the private drive, to embrace the future and all the challenges that come with it.
Thank you so much. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you to our moderators. Please, before you take your pictures, please have a book and take a picture with it before you start. Okay, let me pass it to you. Please put your hands together for our panelists and for the moderators. For the moderator, rather. I know we have several questions that we'd like to ask, but never mind. You can network and connect with these panelists outside. Not right now, though. Much later. All right, please, let's put our hands together for them one more time. Okay, so we are getting towards the end of today's event. However, I have one songbird for you now. She won the Artist of the Year female at the SMC dinner and awards night, and you might know her to be one of Euphoria's most electric dancers. So with that, this girl has amazing vocals, beautiful melodies, very amazing lyrics. Please put your hands together for Christina Smith.
Hi.
Please put your hands together for Christina Smith. One more time. Keep it coming till the sound comes on. Keep it coming. Are your hands tired? Come on. What was the breakfast for? We're currently experiencing technical difficulties that is delaying Christina's performance. So in the interim, and please, when the sound is ready, feel free to interrupt me at any time. In the interim, with the just concluded panel session that we had, does anyone have anything that particularly stood out to them? A panelist that said something that you liked or was instrumental towards your career or anything? Anyone, please don't be shy. I'm not seeing any hands up. Even the invited schools. What's going on? Or should I come to you? You're shaking your head. Okay, yeah, let me face these guys. Anyone, anything at all from what anyone said? Nobody? Did your hand come up? Okay, please. Please put your hands together for not snubbing me like you guys did.
All right, good day, ladies and gentlemen. Saz and Ma. So it's more of a suggestion, and since we are talking about innovations and we are talking about being innovative, and artificial intelligence is also about innovations, it's more of a suggestion with respect to audio engineering, given that I'm an audio mastering engineer myself. And the only university we have, or let's say, yeah, it's still the only university we have with respect to sound engineering or audio engineering is the Full Sails Academy outside the country. So, and the other music academies we have in the country, which is like the MBA, which is your Music Business Africa, they mostly tend to talk about the music, the business part of music or the analytical part of music. We do not have institutions that deal with the engineering part of music. That's for beat makers, for composers, for arrangers, producers, you get. But it would make more sense if we can have departments instituted for audio engineers, or even for acousticians. That's people that design the room that you're in presently, you get. So that would actually be of great value to the music business itself. Given that if you have proper engineers, the music you would be listening to would appeal more to your feels than whatever we've been creating before. Because we can have a situation whereby if a song is not mixed properly or engineered properly, it feels the wrong way. You get. So that's the suggestion I'm bringing to the table. I hope that's substantial enough. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Please, I appreciate you even more. I'm actually low-key like hating on you guys for not raising up your hand when he did. But please put your hands together for him again. I'm joking. Okay. Christina's sound is ready. So allow me to reintroduce her. And this time, you're going to join me with a louder applause than any applause you've given before. Like I told you, she's a songbird, she's an actor, she's an artist, she's a singer, she's a songwriter, she's a dancer. A multifaceted creative. I didn't say you should stop clapping. And no matter what the sound does, we want to hear you more than anyone. Ladies and gentlemen, Christina Smith.
Oh, hiya.
No, don't go anywhere now. Be patient. Okay, you know what? Let's encourage Christina. Is that your sound? We should start again, Abby. Okay. Sound guys, please run it one time from the top. So now let's introduce her again. You guys, this is Christina Smith. This is Christina Smith. Ladies and gentlemen. All right. Christina, let's take it away.
Oh my God. Oh, hiya, hiya, saying hiya, hey. Tell me why you crying, how can it big deal? when you gave me something I don't really feel. But you knew that already. When I found you on the ground, you were dying. Now you come into my heart uninvited. Can you see me on the edge? I'm enlightened. If the world was ending, would you cry or would you try to get me? Tell me now, I want you to be clear, yeah. Tell me now, I need you to be clear, yeah. I will wait for you, for you. I will wait for you. I will wait for you. Get me. Can you put the time on a rewind? Yeah. Help me understand. Can you tell me now why you made the war that we're fighting now? And you fall, and you run when you see my big guns. Run around, run away as the rebel comes out. Then you call on me. When you call me, I come. But there you go again. With your deaf ears, open your mind to the sound of the trumpet. What do you want from a life of the hopeless? Now here you are and you're begging and crying. I want to fly, yeah, I'm flying till morning. Running away to the land of discovery. Running away from the suffering, I'm gone, yeah. Running away from the darkness, I'm out, yeah. Higher than all the limits, going way beyond the noise and your feelings. When you speak, all I can hear is silence. Turning back from all the pain and violence. Big tunes, now it's big tunes I'm killing. Crying now from the side, now call my name. Fall down when you see me, you know that I won't stay for you. I will wait for you, for you. I will wait for you. I will wait for you. I will wait.
Isn't this girl so powerful? Isn't she? I know, right? She's just too good. Regardless of the adversities, you have still shined. You've still shone, rather. So tell me why you're crying. Kenny, big deal. Kenny, big deal. Ask her. Kenny, big deal. Okay, thank you so much, guys. One more time for Christina. One more time. Come on. One more time. You'll still shine. You always shine. Okay, we're down to the last panel of the day. And the topic for this panel is the ethics of AI in music, ownership, copyright, and fair compensation. And it seeks to discuss the legal and ethical challenges of AI-generated content in the music industry. So moderating this panel is the lead strategist at Benson AI, specializing in streamlining the transaction and contract management process. With an MBA in AI and automation, she brings a unique blend of legal expertise and strategic insight to emerging technologies, helping businesses and policymakers navigate the evolving AI landscape. Recognized as a thought leader in AI and women empowerment by the Global AI Hub, she actively contributes to shaping AI policies and AI governance and its adoption in businesses in Nigeria, many of which are players in the creative sector. She earned her LLB from Babcock University and graduated with first-class honors from the Nigerian Law School. She also, okay, wait. Clap for that one before I continue. That's amazing. She also co-founded the JECA Foundation, championing child education initiatives that earned her the AYEEN award. Beyond her legal and technological pursuits, she enjoys writing about AI's ethical challenges and sparking meaningful conversations on the future of law and technology. This amazing woman is Sharon Jua. A round of applause for her, please. Finally, we have a woman on the panel. How do you feel about that? We are so happy to see you, Sharon. Thank you. Okay, now our first panelist is a visionary music executive celebrated for his innovative approach to music publishing. A trailblazer in the industry, he has consistently pushed boundaries, unveiling new opportunities and disrupting the status quo in West Africa. With a unique ability to merge creativity and technology, he brings a distinctive approach to his work with musicians. As senior manager at Sony Music Publishing Nigeria, he oversees operations across Western and Eastern Africa, driving growth and success in the region, leveraging his expertise in rights management, copyright, and music publishing to drive success. His exceptional skills and knowledge have made him a very trusted authority in the music industry. Senior Manager, Sony West Africa, this is Uzo Daniel Uwabofu. Please, a round of applause for him. You guys know the drill now. You keep it coming till they get here. You know the drill. Welcome. Thank you so much for coming. Our next panelist is an entertainment lawyer, award-winning author, entertainment business executive consultant, public speaker, and legal educator. She holds a law degree from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and was called to the bar in 2017. She is currently the head of licensing West Africa at AS, a Pan-African music streaming company, where she oversees the licensing operations within West Africa, particularly Ghana and Nigeria. She has also worked on more than 45 productions exhibited in theaters, film festival, and on international streaming platforms. She has worked on a variety of co-production, development, and production deals with international studios such as Netflix, Sony Pictures, BBC, Westbrook, AMIC, Amazon Prime, Green Door Productions, and in 2019, she launched her consultancy firm called Gold Whisk Consults, a boutique consulting firm that focuses on the entertainment and creative business, providing a range of services related to the legal and business aspects of the entertainment industry. Her diverse background and extensive experience make her a prominent figure in the intersection of law and the entertainment industry in Nigeria and across the world. Wow, this is a very long bio. Please put your hands together for, I tried so hard to make this thing as short as possible, but it just isn't working. Please, this is Uzo Daniel Uwabofo. Please, a round of applause. Oh, no, I'm so sorry. Wrong. That was wrong. This is Mandy Uzo Agba. Please, a round of applause for her. I'll make it very loud because her bio is too long, way too long. Too many achievements, too many things. Mrs. Mandy, if you don't mind, can I meet you later with my resume? I promise I have a very impressive portfolio. Do you guys agree? A round of applause for her, please. Thank you. Okay, so our next panelist is a seasoned legal practitioner and ECOWAS youth ambassador with a distinguished career in media and entertainment law, intellectual property and technology law, general litigation, and corporate commercial transactions. Since being called to the Nigerian bar in November 2014, he has provided legal counsel to individual creatives, brands, and corporate entities across multiple continents, brokering multi-million-dollar deals and cultivating strategic relationships with top industry executives. He is the founder and principal partner at Whitestone Solicitors and Consultancy, a Lagos-based law firm offering a broad range of legal and consultancy services. He is also an active voice on global platforms, sharing insights and expertise on emerging trends in intellectual property and technology law. He has spoken at notable events, including the Young Entrepreneurs Entertainment Conference in Accra, Ghana, and was recognized by MIDEM, the world's largest gathering of creatives, where he was invited as a speaker to contribute to global conversations on law and creativity. Please put your hands together for Tokpe Salami. You guys on this side are not clapping. Why? Welcome, sir. Okay, and our final panelist for this session is professionally known as Hit Sound. He is a Nigerian record producer, songwriter, YouTuber, and entrepreneur from Kogi State, Nigeria. He is popularly known for his reggae-influenced producer tag. You all know it's another banger from Hit Sound producer. He diversifies in various genres, ranging from mainly Afrobeats, trap, and dancehall music. Growing up in a music-inclined family, he began his music career in early secondary school days before making the big step of relocating to Lagos. He has immersed a wide fan base in thousands over the years on YouTube and popular streaming platforms via his consistent releases of type beats and instrumentals with wide daily increase in following and subscribers. Please put your hands together for Joshua Abba Jeremiah. Hit Sound. Okay, so like every other panel, this panel would only be lasting for 1 hour, and within that time window is a Q&A session for the students. So after the hour mark, we will have the next performance and the final masterclass. So the panel begins now.
Thank you so much, everyone. I'm really excited to be here for another SMC conference, and I'm very excited with the spread of panelists I have here today. I'm not going to lie, this is one of my favorite things to talk about all day long, about how we can get to exploit AI. I know there are people that deal on the technical aspect, there are people that deal with the the business integration. You know, there are people that are looking for how to break it out into the creative industry. But just the exploitation in itself is like really exciting stuff for me. Because now AI can like write lyrics, compose beats, and replicate human voices, which is the scary part. Speaking of which, 2 days ago, I tried my hand out at AI generated songs. So I don't know if I can say I'm now a song producer. I proudly produced 8 songs in 48 hours. And yes, and so I did a mix of Afro beats. I also did something soulful. And I would tell you that the vocals are, what's the word? Enchanting, to say the least. And although I would admit that the lyrics wasn't really hitting it for some of them, right? I feel like it's a clear example of how someone who doesn't have a music background, like practical music background, can just, be empowered to get things running within the shortest period of time. However, they say AI is trained on existing works, and many times without consent. And I'm sure we all know, earlier this year, Celine Dion had to come out and rebuff a song that was circulating. They had claimed that there was a song with Celine Dion, Whitney Houston, and Charlie Puth. And she came out and said, this is not part of my discography, so please, retract my name from any such thing. And that's part of the things we're here to discuss. So we're covering three main things. We're covering who owns AI-generated music. Because if we can figure out who owns it, then we can understand who has the rights of exploitation. Then what rights do original creators have if their work trains AI models without their consent? And most importantly, how do we ensure that innovation doesn't trample human talent and that the human creators are fairly compensated? We have about an hour, and I'll try to ensure that we keep to time. So let me start. The first thing I want to know, I'm asking everyone on the panel, can we call something art if it's entirely generated by a machine? How convenient, okay.
Yeah, you just said you're a music producer, right? You said you're a music producer.
Apparently, I'm now a music producer.
So I don't think you can call it art if it's fully AI generated or machine generated, because the AI, except there's need for human effort behind it for it to be created. Now, if the AI put out something, I want to believe that someone put in the prompts to create what it created. So if that's the scenario, then yes, you can call it art. And I think that's what leads to this conversation we're having. When that comes out, how do we then talk about IP ownership and how we can share splits and all of that? So, yeah, hold on.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Yeah, I mean, I would differ a bit from my friend here. So the concern I have about AI is a brilliant innovation, and it's basically an I'll call it autoplay of someone's initial kickoff. For instance, take a camera. You have people who you have photographers that have to stay behind cameras to click. And then you have a camera where you set a timer, and then it clicks on its own, right? They're doing the same thing, but two different approach, right? So AI recreating or creating anything new, it's still creating a product. The bigger question for me is what ideologies and what principles guide the reason behind that creation? And what is it an offshoot of? So yes, if you put a piece of canvas in a machine and you say, draw Tokwe, Salami, and Uzo, right? And it draws it for you, it's drawing it from an information that's been inputted in the system. You can sell that work in a gallery, right? So I would say, be it created by AI or not, the product is the same. The bigger question for me is whose information, whose IP, whose copyright is being used to teach that machine what to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's keep count. You say no, you say yes. Okay, Tope.
Hi, guys. I'm pleased to be here today. So, like Uzo said, he deferred, his own position from Mandy's position. So I would align my own position, to the position, expatiated by Uzo. So when we talk of AI, we need to know that this is a groundbreaking tool that enhances creativity and collaboration, And we need to look at the word arts, A-R-T-S, We need to look at it from a broader perspective, If we don't look at it from a broader perspective, we may lose it. The question is, the work of AI, does it have any form of originality? Meaning that two basic principles are important. originality and the principle of, fixation. The machine would not operate itself. It is somebody that will operate the machine. Remember, the person is operating the machine with a form of emotion. And I'm saying this because some people will say, oh, if it's not filled with emotions, or if emotions, is absent, oh, that may not be a work of art. But the truth of the matter is that once it passes the principle of originality, fixation, meaning that at the end of the day, I'm using a software. The software did not disappear or did not just come into my system. There is a form of human interaction. I have purchased it, and I'm telling, the software what to do based on the data that I must have supplied to the software. So my position is, regardless of how it is done, once these two principles are present, then it qualifies as a work of art. We can now say, oh, the machine, the AI, and the person who probably operated the machine or to generate AI results, we can now come to the junction to say, okay, who owns this particular composition, or who owns this particular work of art? I don't want to delve into it because I'm sure that it's still something we would, discuss on this panel. Thank you so much. So it is 2-1 now, me and Uzo.
Thank you. Very
against Mandy. Right. Thank you, guys.
All right. Hello, everyone. Before I answer this question about either AI is art or not, if you've made money from AI, can I see your hands up? If you made money from AI, anything AI. Okay. So that question is just like asking if sculpting in like the Roman Empire was art or not. Because at some point, humans evolved from being the Stone Age era people where they were using menial tools to make art, to evolving into all these Egyptians that we don't even know what they were using at that time. So I'd say AI is art because at the end of the day, you are using prompts, and prompts don't come from thin air. They come from like an action from somebody that feels like this is something they want to generate from their mind. So it's not even debatable to say AI is not art, because at the end of the day, art is an expression of what we feel from inside. A lot of people like Picasso in the 18th century, or let's say in the 17th century, they always think of representing culture and societal norms via their paintings and all that stuff. But if you look at when NFTs came into picture, people like me, we felt like, nah, NFT is ridiculous. It's not art, it's just cash grab. But if you give it like a few thoughts, you'll see that it's people creating something of value and imputing a kind of revolution where at the end of the day, everybody wins. Both the people buying it and the people like trying to enjoy a new phase of life that they've never seen before. So yeah, AI is art.
Okay, so what's the score? You voted no, you voted yes, you voted yes, and you voted yes.
It's 3-1.
I'm biased because I vote yes as well. But I want us to understand that there's probably a reason she says no. As they introduced her, if you recall, she's head of licensing. So she's in charge of paying out paying out money for, the value received. So as we delve into further of the conversation, you kind of understand why she would be more inclined to disagree. All right. So we've kind of already touched AI-generated works being protected by copyright. I feel like there are lots of people that have a lot of thoughts around it. Some people in the different industries. So as a writer now, it's frowned upon that why using AI to write, right? As a lawyer, it's like, why using AI? I'm paying you for your brain and, your knowledge, right? So why are we now applauding the people that are coding and doing the more technical things? Do you get what I mean? So there's some type of subconscious bias, that exists there. So we've spoken about our opinions. Tope, would you like to tell us what the law actually says about ownership over AI-generated works?
Thank you. Except I'm wrong. I don't think there is any cogent law, regulation, bylaw, acts that has recognized, AI being a very, important tool to solving different creative and collaboration problems. So, as of today, anything can happen in the next 1 minute. I don't think we have it, or I've never come across, that. But definitely, we are at liberty to actually borrow, principles, a framework, and other things to govern our transactions depending on the type of transaction. So.
All right. So would you say Nigeria is a bit behind? Because the U.S. Copyright Office has already said that if there's no element of human input, then the work does not qualify for copyright protection. So that means my songs that I've created now, anybody can just go and sell it to Afric Play or something and utilize value.
Nobody can sell your song if you have a better structure. And that is why we have data that come with dates. However, to answer your question, and this is not to, I love Africa, I love Nigeria, Nigeria is my home, but the truth is we've always been behind, like in virtually everything. But then, are we going to blame ourselves? No. Who do we need to blame? When we get there, we'll know, the right person to blame. But we need to consider the technological advancement, in a particular territory. If Nigeria is that advanced, trust me, that's what we call autopiloting, That autopiloting might have stylishly brought in certain and cogent principles, of AI, and I know we would have gotten somewhere. But you cannot compare Nigeria and the United States of America. That is very unfair.
My bad. So just a spin-off from that, right? So just in 2 seconds, right? So if a label signs an artist who uses AI to co-create their music, do you feel that AI should be acknowledged? I know when ChatGPT became popular in Nigeria, we started seeing a lot of write-ups on LinkedIn, and it used to peeve me, co-authored by ChatGPT. It used to really piss me off. So what are your thoughts? Do you think that the AI tool should be given credit,
Okay, I can do this in 2 seconds, by the way. So I'm going to speak not just as myself, but as the business I represent. We appreciate the AI technology, right? But we understand that these machines are taught these processes using content that belongs to people. And one of the things that we say is when you use any content that belongs to someone, you give credit. So if a song or a document was done using ChatGPT, it is best to give the credit that this was generated by this process. Most people would not, because we want to take the guise of, I did it myself, right? So it's best to give this credit. But I think the issue that we are fighting as a business right now is that these machines are being taught. A couple of months ago, Sony sent out 700 letters to all of these AI generation companies that have been basically using our music to teach the machine how to recreate. So you take a song by, let's say, Rihanna, and the machine is built to be able to break it down into several pieces. Break it down, understand the lyrical flows, and then when you type and say, I want to sound like Rihanna, the machine uses that information. Now, using that song, the process of using that song to train the machine how to recreate that process should be licensed. And when it's not licensed, that's where the problem comes, right? I have a work out there. Let's say Tokwe puts out, or Monday puts out a publication, and they use that publication to train AI on how to write like a Nigerian lawyer. Now, when you in your bedroom type, give me a recording contract like a Nigerian lawyer would draft, it basically takes information from all these lawyers that are taking that information and recreates that. That entire process is an infringement on their originality, right? So, answering the question first, yes, you let the person know that this work is not original to you. It belongs to a system that also involves in copywriting, right? So it's best to do that. But the bigger issue, like I said previously, is that we need to tackle the issue of giving the right license and the right credit to the people who really originate what these machines use to create these alternatives.
All right, thank you so much. Just to add to your point, I feel like maybe not just Sony, but the efforts there to stop the AI generation platforms is yielding results, because I tried at least 3 times to say, write a song like Rema, and then it flagged, prompt contains Rema, and it refused to generate. So I think that
we're all fighting the battle, actually. Every major is fighting the battle, because the last thing you want to do is to have a writer on your catalog and you've invested so much in making this person's music popular, and then the machine in China or somewhere takes all the work being done, recreates it, and recreates an alternative. What you're doing, you're basically putting to the dust the effort that artist has taken. I mean, Rema today, you hear Rema, it sounds so good. If you hear him, you know it's Rema. That's a long period of him training and building himself. And then the machine takes it in a second and does the spin around, you know. So we're all fighting that battle. We're all fighting the battles, yeah.
I'm hating on you, low-key, very low-key. I know I shouldn't say that because I'm an entertainment lawyer, but I'm still hating on you. So over to Hit Sound. Similar to what you've said, there was a very viral song in 2023 that was supposedly done by Drake and The Weeknd. I don't know how many people ever heard it. But you heard it, great. I heard it, I loved it, and I went to look for it, but I didn't see it anymore. So apparently it was by this anonymous TikTok user, ghostwriter, and I can't recall if it was UMG, but they instituted a lawsuit and they scrubbed every trace of that song off the internet, right? And when I say it went viral. It had 600,000 streams on Spotify and 15 million views on TikTok in 48 hours. So, Hit Sound, I'm curious to know, what are your personal boundaries or things you consider when using AI models, that are trained on existing sounds or, voices?
So, in 2023, when I saw the Drake song going viral, what else came to my mind was that producers and artists were finished. Like, that was just what came to my mind. I knew that it was part of the beginning of the end for a lot of people's career. And when I saw the lawsuit again, I was like, okay, this is a good follow-up, because at the end of the day, Drake has been in the game for so long that he does not deserve that kind of treatment, which my boundaries include things like identity theft. I don't want a situation where somebody works hard, like you said, for years, and then you hear all their hard work replicated in 10 seconds. I don't have an issue with AI being used as a tool for making things easier, but I have an issue with somebody's hard work being replicated so fast. And some of the companies that allow that to happen, they actually train the AI with so much data that you can't even pinpoint if this is actually Drake's vocal or this is Kendrick Lamar's vocal. So in terms of my boundaries, I feel if there's going to be a way for people to get credit or some kind of split share, that would be awesome. That would be amazing. And listening to the other panels, I heard that for now, there's no body in charge of trying to find out how to control the whole AI thing going on. And I feel if you're an artist here and you don't use AI for your stuff, you might be stuck in the old generation, because from 2022, when was ChatGPT released? I think around 2022, 2021. From that time till now, we've seen thousands of AI startups coming up and doing so many amazing stuff. So in relating to the infringement of people's rights, I feel like another thing I wouldn't want AI companies to do is identity theft, whereby we've seen crime, some kind of increased a little, being able to not just vocal, but face and that stuff. So yeah, if I can, so if I can get a way to like get the government or somebody to bypass that, I would really be excited to see that when people get some kind of compensation for it, it's going to create a environment where we can coexist with AI as humans, but we can't see AI. That's the truth.
All right, thank you. So, Mandy, can we also hear from you? I know that you receive a lot of requests on a daily. So what are some things that like scream red flag once you feel or suspect something was generated with AI?
You mean from licensing or legal?
Yes, definitely from a licensing point of view.
I think from the licensing point, every day at the moment, I think the main thing is we see it in two angles. One, you see it with those that are trying to upload freebies. Do you get? So that's why I'm heavy on the part of if you're going to use AI material, then there's need for full disclosure. You're able to say that, okay, this is fully generated by AI. So we in the system know how to interact with it, how to structure splits and revenues and all of that. I think aside from that, it's more of the disclosure thing for me when it comes to screaming of red flag.
Okay, that's very interesting that you would say that because China, I know Uzo used China as an example, has implemented regulations that require you to obtain proper licenses for copyrighted materials, what you're using to train your AI models, and you must disclose, when something was done using AI, right? And I feel like AI gets really bad rep because people are making money from AI. It's enriching us and our GDP. So now what we've established is that in Nigeria, as at now, there's really no law that says, oh, AI belongs to the prompter or the AI company or the person whose material was used to train the AI. And as a result, there's kind of a blurred line as to who can exploit what, right, at this moment. We've also established that even no matter how positive the impact of AI is in the industry, there are still some red lines, right, we shouldn't cross. One being identity theft, the other being sole reliance on AI to generate whatnot. So Uzo, in March 2024, Tennessee passed the Elvis Act, ensuring likeness, voice, and image security. And this prohibits the use of AI to replicate a person's voice without permission. So like I said, that's why I couldn't do my with Rema. But a former executive at Meta actually opines that, I think Nick Clegg, I think that's his name, he says that this is very impractical and it will hinder the further development of AI. So are you aligned, and do you think that this would hinder the opportunities with the exploitation of AI and the development of the industry as a whole?
Okay, so I would liken this to sampling and interpolation. Someone would say, if they don't sample your work, how will you become popular? If I don't use your lyrics, how will you make money? That's not the problem. The problem is you can sample the work, you can use the lyrics, but do you give the right credit? Do you have the permission to use it? I think what the first publication was saying is that you shouldn't use the voice without authorization. And the response is totally out of place by saying, if we don't use your voice, how would we help the machine? A machine that is developed by a company, right? So I totally don't agree with, I'm 100% against unauthorized uses of people's intellectual property because it's a product of their time and sweat and accumulation of years of practice. So I'm totally against it. What I'll rather say is, how about you take the right approvals and use the right materials that you have authorization on, right, to create what you're trying to create. So I'm creating a machine that will help me sing like Michael Jackson. I go to the estate and say, I need permission to use his likeness and his voice, and for a fee, they give it to me and they give me the rights. and I use that likeness and voice to help my technology to improve it, right? If I go, it's basically a rascal move to go on my own volition and just go there and take the sound and everything, right?
So you are against blatantly copying someone's hard work. What if someone has used AI beginning to end? Are you against me sampling that AI product?
I mean, I think it's a ripoff of a ripoff. Right? I mean, you can't sample. You want to sample a sample, right? It still has a line of a chain of ownerships and clearance that you have to do. Yeah. I mean, the 48 songs you've done, you're not going to release it. Because actually, you can't even copyright it because it doesn't even belong to ChatGPT or the AI machine you used it for. Right? Yeah. You want to use my mic?
Uzo is hating on me, but I don't care what he says. I'm a music producer, please. Thank you. So in addition to what Uzo said, Mandy, how can licensing models evolve to account for AI? Because we can't chase it away. It's already here. It's already doing so much. Like, look at VO3. You can produce a whole ass music video with VO3 if you pay the subscription. I mean, so how can we get ahead of this instead of fighting it and pushing back?
I think for one, we are not supposed to fight it. So I think that is something we need to get ahead of. We need to move from point of, oh, this is here to take our jobs, to the point of, okay, we have to use this to make the system better. So on the licensing front, I will say basically what Uzo has said, set up a system where if you need any content to train your AI, then you should come and obtain permission. Probably get the CMOs involved. If it's even possible to do like a blanket license like you do for most of the streaming platforms, you pay a license fee. So the setting up that structure does two things. One, proper clearance and payment. Secondly, tracking how it's being used and what it's being used for. So to ensure that it's being used in the right way. So that's what I would say, that system we need to. Second thing we need to do, or we need to evolve on within this space, is our intellectual property laws. So yes, Copyright Act, we have 2022 Act, which, like Tokwe said, we're way behind. We are just playing catch up. And then AI is out. So I think we need to at least see what the US Copyright Office did. It was a bit of a step towards the right direction. The law still doesn't provide for what happens with machine-generated content. It's just saying, okay, let's start to understand what's going on. If there's human effort, then we can notice it as a copyright work. So I think the Nigerian legal system, Copyright Act, should do the same. Even if it's maybe set up a special office for it to stipulate and create bylaws or certain regulations around it. So when we have this system for content licensing, for the content you're going to use to train, there's also laws that are protecting it. Then also the disclosure part that I mentioned earlier.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Again, another opinion piece, hit sound. So we're talking about what lawmakers can do. I think as a society, there's also a bias, or there's a bias problem, right, within the society. And during my research for this session, I came across something that said, for award shows and streaming platforms, you must only imbibe, human-generated content. What are your thoughts, your personal thoughts? I won't hold you by it.
Can you hear me? Okay, so when it comes to using AI tools, there's something that I've come to realize. And from what you just asked, you said human touch, or like you should have some kind of input from a normal person. Now, if social media, or let's say streaming platforms like Spotify, actually wanted to kick against things like AI-generated content, they will be able to do it in a snap of a hand like this. But looking at where the world is going, I don't think there's any major problem with like platforms having AI-generated content. Like we said, the only problem there is when it is identity theft or there is no permission of any sort. I've seen a lot of channels on YouTube. I've seen a lot of TikTok accounts. I've seen a lot of people create AI-generated content, and I see like you are able to monetize that, which brings us a step closer into what the future is supposed to look like, where we have people going to meetings without being there. It's like AI representing them. We have a lot of people selling products online generated by AI. And I feel the fair use of AI when it comes to things like this should be giving credit to maybe the platform or the person that inspired your prompt. Because at the end of the day, if let's say I want to make a song about, because there is a platform called Suno AI. Have you heard of Suno? Have anybody tried Suno? Now I know Suno, okay, yeah. So like Suno is a platform where you can generate concepts and ideas for your song. And we don't know where the source of most of the audio come from, but it is safe to say a lot of us use that as like a roadmap to what we are working on. We don't use entirely everything there, but we use that as a guide. So it's safe to say that Spotify, Apple Music, Tidal, YouTube, and all these platforms, they are not kicking against the use of AI, but it is that human touch. Do not use 100% AI-generated content. It's not fair to the creators that like worked on the original. You can just, at the end of the day, maybe if you're editing a video or a content for your song, add yourself and then tell the AI model you are using to get inspired by something. At the end of the day, that's what makes it art. So yeah, I say like, it's just fair usage at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you. So I know I said I had a bias, and not because of the songs. I promise it's not because of the songs. I'm very curious, right? I feel like if, let's say, I put in a prompt and I get a result, and Hopper puts in a prompt, because of the way I've engineered my prompt, we are not likely to get the same result. So doesn't that mind power count for something? Because let's say we're both using Suno, right? Because I use Suno. I'm not going to lie, I use Suno entirely. We wouldn't have the same results. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
So are we doing away with that person who has the inspiration but doesn't have like the funds to get the tools, or doesn't have that exposure? So are we like doing away with that effort that has come into prompting? Because trust me, in that entire process, I had to modify my prompts like 100 times to get the right sound. So like, what are your thoughts on that?
So we're not disregarding the person creating the prompts. What I was also saying is that if we are going by like the laws of application of AI knowledge, right, we should look at it from a fair standpoint where even if you are creating the prompts, at the end of the day, your fans and your audience need to connect to something greater than just prompts. They want to connect to an actual figure, somebody that exists in the real world. Using Suno, I've noticed that the vocals sometimes might not be as authentic because AI is not there yet. We still have a few months, or maybe it might be tomorrow or next. So at the end of the day, like, if you want to make the best out of AI-generated content, even if you have the prompts, we are not disregarding your efforts. What I'm not saying is you need to put a face to your work, where if you get a full song from Suno, it will be advisable for you to re-record what you heard and impute something organic that is from within.
All right, I'm not sure why you're giving me side eye, but it's fine. So now, because a lot of us are entering deals, with a lot of these outputs. So I'm curious, that means the nature of our contracts should actually change. Someone told me that there's an artist who has put out a license to use the AI version of her voice in your songs, right? So what are some clauses that could be put into contracts for us to be able to, first of all, as a creator, protect my work from, let's say, now I'm an artist, right? And you are my record label. I don't want my record label to be using the AI-generated version of my voice, right? Because I feel like they can then do away with me. So what are some things on the creator side and on the label side? What are some clauses that need to now reflect in our contracts?
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Currently, I'm sure some of us, just like you said, we've been incorporating clauses that recognizes AI, yeah? I think the first one would be originality. Like, we need to call a spade, yeah? Aside from that, you also need to protect, you must have this consideration protection. And that has to do with money at the end of the day, yeah? To say, oh, if this happens, this is what, would happen. And of course, you also need to be, we have various objects, yeah? You also need to be futuristic about, about your dealings. In that case, whatever clause your lawyer or whatever clause you think you want to tell your lawyer to, fix on the documents to take care of, not now, but the future. I mean, in whatever way you can do that. We have so many, but I know you've given me the sign.
Sorry, I really wanted us to keep the time. So I feel like Uzo wants to touch on that. So I will just allow you to do that with closing thoughts. So let's just take like 30 seconds to do closing thoughts.
So in terms of the clauses that protects the rights, yeah. Okay, I sit over these conversations most of the time by virtue of where I work. I think that with how fast innovation is going, you can't really predict what's coming up next. So I think it's the most standard way to approach this is that when you're going to a deal, go into a deal with the rights that you have control over now. So before the invent of AI, you're basically speaking about your writing, publishing deal is your writing, record deal is your sound recording. So you can have a separate addendum that speaks to the replication, right? Because you can liken AI to more like a mechanical reproduction of what you have, right? So you can basically streamline contracts that way. And I think it's best that we leave the future. So if in the next 5 years there's something called IA that's totally different, that pertains to the music industry, when that time comes, right, you can have a renegotiation with the label or the publisher. But I think what is best is do contracts and enter into deals with what you have on the table at the time, and also ensure that it is restricted and everything still goes through approval. So you don't wake up one morning and you see that you have another version online. Yeah. Thank you.
Brilliant. Any other person closing thoughts? Yeah. No, the entire segment.
Okay, so I know basically we've been talking about like protecting ourselves from AI. I would like to give you guys something life-changing because I can relate to the idea of a lot of people being clueless about what AI can do. So you might take a notepad or something because I'm about to give you guys a quick free gem. So if you make music or you are into content creation, I would like you guys to make sure in this current generation have a YouTube channel. Thank God this is powered by Google, because YouTube is one place that you can share your ideas and your concepts. I know a lot of you have knowledge about AI and all that stuff. So if you make music or you produce and you do all that stuff, I'd love you guys to check out platforms like Kling AI, Suno AI. You can check out Google's new AI, the VO3, which generates with lip syncing and with visuals. And if you use ChatGPT already, you would love to try ChatGPT's Sora. It will help you a lot in making your content. And that one now, the best advice you get like from anyone that makes music is do not type in prompt with people's name. We're talking here about how you can be original. So just try to like learn a little bit surface knowledge on prompt engineering. So you'll be able to write better prompts and also generate amazing content for yourself. Yeah, wish you all the success with AI.
Thank you so much. So what we've covered today, we've basically spoken about who owns AI-generated content, who can exploit it and get value from it, some ethical red lines we shouldn't cross, ways to protect it. So there's something he said that was really brilliant. Like if you're going into a deal, you should leave out, space for things that can come up in the future so that, you could also utilize value and be fairly compensated for that as well. I think we've had a very powerful conversation about how AI is changing music. And one thing is clear, that AI isn't really the problem. It's confusion around what we can do, what we can get away with. that is. So we need clearer laws, smarter contracts, and a shared understanding of how to use these tools responsibly. Big ups to you for letting us know some other platforms we can use. I was having a conversation with my friend just before I came up here. So, Susan, I hope you took notes. All right, so let's not just react to change. Let's lead it and get ahead of it. Thank you, everyone, for listening.
Another round of applause for our panelists and for our beautiful moderator, Sharon. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, we have one last performance before we have a very, very short masterclass. Very, very short. And please do not forget to scan the QR code on your neck tags. So the neck tags that you have provided for you, there is one for students, there's one for like non-students. Please scan the one that best fits your description. And now for the music performance that we have. Now see, this artist is very special. He has 3 songs consecutively that have been on the top 200 alternative charts. And he has the Song of the Year, winning Song of the Year actually, in Pan Atlantic University, Wantino. And in addition to that, he is currently partnered with a distributional label founded by Jimmy Abdul's, and he's going to be performing his new single, which was produced by a Grammy award-winning production collective, ETF Sounds. When I say Ned, you say K. Ned! 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 Woo! Give it up for Ned K, ladies and gentlemen.
I almost fell. Winners almost fall, but we stay standing. Make some noise for yourselves, PAU. Greetings, everyone. My guys that are here. I'm here to just sing for you, so I'll sing for you. Let's make it quick. Sound. I love this mic. Mike loves me too. Yeah. The title of this song is Obsessed. And I'm obsessed. Don't you take too long to call me back, too long to read my letters, time is running out. Don't you take too long to call me back, too long to read my letters, time is off dear. Let me hear you say, I think I'm obsessed with you. I'm so obsessed with you, I don't know why. I'm obsessed with you, I'm so obsessed with you. Obsessed with you, I don't know why. I'm obsessed with you, sing with me. Obsessed with you, obsessed with you. Repeat after me, say obsessed with you, keep singing it. I'm obsessed with you, I'm so obsessed, say obsessed with you. My piano you. Oh, I'm obsessed with you, obsessed. Why's your number on D&D? You dey active, you no text me. Come be like say you no send me. Now my guys don't begin laugh me. You don't depose inside GIL. Snapchat tell me you dey envy. 9 be the reason you no text me. She not the reason you no send me. Oh my Shima, oh, you just say do as you like, oh. No one decide, oh, but I still dey on the line, oh. Oh my Shima, oh, you You just say do as you like, oh. I know I'm in trouble because I'm so damn obsessed, oh. But don't you take too long, sing it. Too long to call me back. Too long to read my letters. Time is running out. Hey, don't you take too long. Don't you take too long to call me. Too long to call me. Too long to read my letters. Time is of the essence. I think I'm obsessed with you. I'm so obsessed with you. I don't know why. I'm obsessed with you. Obsessed with you. I'm so obsessed with you. Obsessed with you, I don't know why. I'm obsessed with you, babe. Thank you, thank you.
Ned K, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, right about now is the very short masterclass I told you about. So instead of it being for 1 hour, the masterclass has been shortened drastically to only 30 minutes. Only. So the topic for this masterclass is the copyright revolution. How MPAN and RELPTI are shaping the future of creative rights in Nigeria. And to moderate this panel, once again, please let's welcome back Augustine Wosu. Okay, so this is more like a one-on-one masterclass. So instead of like having 4 or 3, it's just gonna be Augustine and the speaker, who is a music label executive with 19 years of experience in the music industry. That's basically 2 decades. He has been at the management level for 17 years at Premier Records Limited. He is a holder of the Copyright X certificate from the prestigious Harvard Law School. He also has a certificate from the London School of Public Relations, an MBA from Tekidia Institute, USA, and another MBA from Uni Athena, India. You can do better than that now. Okay, so that's not all. In addition to that, he holds certificates in entrepreneurship from Covenant Capital Business School, Public Relations from NIPR, an Executive Diploma in Human Resources Management, and an Executive Certificate in Human Capacity Development. He is the chairman of the Music Publishers Association of Nigeria, MAN, and a board member of Record Label Proprietors Initiative, RELPI. He is also a fellow of the Institute of Corporate Administration. He is the co-founder and director of Africa Music Business Roundtable, as well as a non-executive director at Afrim's Idea and Communication Limited, and Take One Media and Communications. Please put your hands together for the president of MAN, Michael Odiong. Thank you so much, Michael. So this is going to last for only 30 minutes, and with that, we'll call it quits. So please, Mr. Augustine, let's take it away.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I know you're tired. This is the last session of the day, and as you're aware, we'll keep it a short one. So we're here to talk about creative rights and ownership today. As you're aware, like, ownership is something that a lot of creatives, people in that space, say that they don't know a lot about, or we don't know our rights, they don't know about ownership. So it's something that some people view have been run on vibes and exploitation and everything. And Mr. Michael is here to tell us about it today, and how MPAN and Realty is helping to shape a future where every creative gets paid and owns their space. So to kick off the masterclass, I want to ask, what is the biggest single issue to creative rights in Nigeria today, and what's enabling it?
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. It's always a pleasure to be here. I think this is my second time being here, and it's always a pleasure. So going straight to your question, what's the biggest
issue to creative rights in Nigeria?
For creative in Nigeria. So the biggest issue are two major things: structure and policy. I mean, we cannot overemphasize these things. Structure, because once you don't have the right structure, you would always run into problems, especially the creatives. So for example, we talk of publishing. When there's no structure, how do you as a creative make money from music? You have the CMOs that are not up to their responsibilities. So how do you make music and then you don't earn from it, from the publishing side, which is where the money is? As we speak, Nigeria as a country does not earn a kobo from music in Nigeria. I can tell you that as a country, we are not earning one kobo, but we are the biggest exporters of music. You have the biggest artists. When you name 5 in Africa, you can be sure that 3 is from Nigeria. But are we making money? The answer is no, because there is no structure that is enabling that. Every potential artist here will face the same problem. I mean, just today somebody was asking me, how can we be part of the CMOs and all that? I can't even answer that question because the CMOs are not even structured. So how do you want to be part of something that is not structured? So we need to get the structure right. The policies as well. We have, yes, a lot of very good policies that the government has created. But are they functional? It's one thing for you to establish the laws, you know, but it's another thing for you to enforce those laws. So when we have non-enforcement of laws, then the policy to us does not make any sense anymore, because right holders and creatives are not being protected. Anywhere you go around the world, it is what protects them. They have the right structures, they have the right policies. So once we don't get that, or once that is faulty, then we will continue to have issues, basically. So that is those are the major challenges that we have.
Okay, so how are MPAN and Realty going to rectify and enable these, or to rectify these issues?
Okay, so because we've been having these issues over the years, for the last 10 years, 15 years or more, the major reason why MPAN and Realty came on board was to look at these issues critically and say, okay, how do we address this? We're actually tired of going to courts. Because we now understood that it was like the court was a veritable tool for those in the system to be using. So once you do something, you are going to court. So we decided that, okay, let's leave the courts out of it. What are those structures that are in the laws that would enable us, move away from the toxic nature that we have as an industry? So what did we do? We decided the law says you can actually, for example, have a direct license, licensing this thing as an association, as long as you don't have more than 50 organizations. So with that, you are able to protect your creatives and your artists. With that, you are able to collect their money without the CMOs. So we decided, okay, since the law says so, let us apply for our direct license. We did with the NCC, and we got the direct license from NCC. So what will now happen? Every label, every publishing company that is under RELP and MPAN will now be able to collect their royalties. We don't need to go to the CMOs. We are no longer, okay, as an association, our members are not part of those CMOs. We are here on our own, and we have our organizations that are collecting money on our behalf. So you see that we have bypassed all those things, and we don't want law issues and all that, and we are doing that for the organizations and the artists under that. So in few months' time, you will see a very changed structure. We are not fighting, but we have been able to look at what is in the law and have been able to implement that, and we are getting results from that. So those are the steps that we have taken. Whatever you are doing, you have to be legal, you have to be law-abiding, so that it will not look as if you are going against the law and then they bring a lawsuit against you. So we have followed the laws perfectly, and we are where we are. And I tell you, artists will soon be getting it very good.
So I just want you to break down that direct licensing scheme for people, because a lot of people haven't even heard of that term before. Can you go into detail what the direct licensing scheme is and how it helps, creatives?
Okay, so direct licensing is simply the process of an organization which is limited by guarantee approaches the NCC and requests that they get a direct licensing that will enable them act on behalf of their members to collect royalties that hitherto has been collected by the CMOs. So for example, radio licensing. Radio people argue that, we make the artist. How do you make the artist? Without music, will you play your radio? Remove music from it and see whether your radio will go anywhere. So that argument does not hold for us. We know how important music is. So we're now saying, okay, you know what? Don't pay to the CMOs. We have a license. Pay to us. We will pay our members. The hotels also use music. When you go to a major hotel, you hear music playing. They should pay for the usage of that music. Any outside spot using music for business must have to pay for that usage. So what we have done is, through the direct licensing, we are representing our members and our artists to collect those monies that the CMOs have been collecting and have not been remitting, or they have not been collecting, either which way. But we have been able to say, okay, let's break that and deal directly on behalf of our members. So that is what direct licensing is.
So if I could ask, in your fight to ensure that creatives get their rights, what has surprised you most, or what has been your biggest challenge in this journey?
I think my biggest challenge is the fact that there's still a lot of awareness that needs to be created, both amongst creatives, artists, even some of the labels, not to talk of our law processes, the law courts and all that. There seems to be a lot of laybacks in understanding what the music business is. So every time you need to continue to explain to them what we should do. For example, the music business is not what it was 2 years ago, today. Today we are talking of AI. 2 years ago, nobody would have thought AI would come. But today we are talking of AI. And when you go and check our laws, it doesn't even make provision for AI. You understand? So these laws, these things are happening like in a very fast tempo. We need to be alive as well to continuously change and debate and review whatever it is that we need to do to make the industry grow. So the biggest challenge has been like explaining to people what this industry is. A lot of people don't understand. They just feel it's about the music. It goes beyond the music. There's a business aspect of it. There's a technology aspect of it. You know, there is a law aspect of it. There is an innovation aspect of it, several aspects of it. So it's not just the music. And everybody has to understand that that space is basically a collaboration space.
100%. So I wanted to also ask, if, let's say I was a fresh 20-year-old out of school and I'm a creative, you know, I want to obviously have ownership of my songs or whatever. Like, what are the steps I could take to ensure that I actually have ownership and I'm not cheated out by any distributor or anyone, any shark-like presence in the creative space? What should I do?
What you should do is get a lawyer, get a lawyer, get a lawyer, get a lawyer. No matter your age, whether you are 70, whether you are, as long as you want to come into this space, get a lawyer, get a lawyer, get a lawyer. When you get a lawyer, 50% of your problem is already solved.
But do they have the money? Do they have the money to afford lawyers?
So that is the thing. First, not just any lawyer. A very good lawyer that understands IP and the entertainment. That's very key. It is not every lawyer that understands IP. So you need to get a very good one that understands IP and copyright issues. Then, issues of money. That's where we get it wrong. We place money first. And it shouldn't be. It should not be. I mean, if you meet a lawyer and the lawyer sees that, oh, you have a potential, you can come into a deal and say, you know what, I'm going to represent you. I'm going to help you out, but this is the agreement. I know you don't have money, but when you blow, I get 20% for this thing. You understand? So it's all about conversation. Don't be afraid. Don't place money first. If you are sure of your talent and you believe in yourself that, yes, what you can do, you know, can be a success. I'll approach a good lawyer and say, look, this is my case, but I need your help. Let's structure out something. You know, most good artists, that's how they start. It's not about the money. It's about what you have inside of you. If you don't have anything and you have the money, then go chop your money, go now. 100%. You understand? So that's how it is.
But like, I think you just touched on an issue that it's like twofolded. I feel like some people in that creative space, and I'm talking from experience a little bit, is that they feel that these things are too boring for them. But on the other end, I don't know how many lawyers I know personally that are even interested in entertainment law. So like, how do we build awareness and make these people know that, copyright, owning your space is important. Owning your own rights, your creative rights are important. How do we build that awareness, from both sides? Because obviously music or creative is multifaceted. How do we build the awareness of rights and intellectual property and everything? How do we make people know that this is something they have to take seriously?
Okay, so first, I must say that I'm very happy that we have moved from where we used to be to where we are. There's a lot of awareness, there's a lot of consciousness by creatives about their rights. They might not know too much, but they have an idea. So we're like 30-40%, done. So the next one was, how do we move to the next level? So I must commend creatives, artists, and everybody that, okay, we are beginning to understand that these things must be done. We need to understand what these things are, And in order to create awareness, that's why we have, platforms like this to be able to educate, a lot of people. I mean, look at the panelists. It's a conversation between the people that have been there and the people that are aspiring to be there. So it's a continuous conversation that we need to have. If we have even 100 yearly, it's not even enough, because for each session, for each conversation, a new thing is being learned. A new idea is being created. So for us, it's a continuous conversation. And for those that feel that, oh, this is boring, I just want to do this. No, it is business. If we reel out the numbers for you, we are talking of billions of dollars that Nigeria is not a part of. That the beautiful artist that just sang now is not a part of. At least I've seen 3 artists perform. They are not a part of that billion-dollar conversation worldwide.
Yet.
So you understand. So we need to start having this, not to start, we've started, we need to continue having these conversations so that these our stars can be real stars.
Okay, so the last question I want to ask is, I think obviously this is something that we're working on doing, but what are the myths that around, contracts and royalties that creatives may hold that are not even rooted to reality? Like things that they think is actually how it works, but it's not actually how it works, or things that they don't have a complete understanding about. What would you say are the most pressing issues that people are totally uneducated about in that space? So what are the myths, the myths, that is the things that people don't have a very clear understanding about, whether it's contracts or royalties or intellectual property? What would you say is the most pressing lack of understanding that is damaging our creatives today?
I think the most underlining factor is contract.
How so?
Contracts. Contracts can make or mar you. One single contract that you sign would have sold your soul and everything away without you knowing. So that's why we say it's very key and important that you have a lawyer in your mix as the first step, so that from the first day you sign a contract, you understand exactly what you're signing and how it will affect your life. I mean, I know of a situation where an artist signed a contract and he basically signed off his own name. Wow. He signed off his own name.
Wow.
So how do you explain that? Because you want to blow. The label says, I'll give you house, I'll give you car. And then you go and sign your own name off. Sure. And then you are struggling and you are saying, no, it's record label. What concerns the record label? You would have read the contract while you were signing.
Exactly.
And it's very important. You see, contracts are very tricky. One word, it can be A, D, is, must. That single alphabet can make or mar you. So it's very important that you understand and get experts to read over and over what you're signing so that you don't sign off your life.
Definitely, you have a great point. And like even going into the layman space, all those terms and conditions, when you buy a new phone or whatever, you install a new iOS, there are tons of terms and conditions. How many of us actually read it? Well, I know I don't, But yeah, these are the kind of things that creatives have to watch out for. Because if you're thinking about saving money, okay, maybe you don't want to spend 200K or 300K on a lawyer to review your contract, and then now you've become big and you're still signed to this predatory organization that's taking advantage of you. It can really, then you will now regret, oh, okay, I should have spent that money at that time.
Okay, let me give you an example. Kiss Daniel, he changed his name. Are you aware he changed his name? Are you aware he changed his name? You are aware? Yeah. So he was Kiss Daniel, Kiss, right?
Yeah.
So what made him change his name? Why did he have to change that Kiss to Keys? It's the same thing, contract. The label owns the name, Kiss Daniels.
Wow.
The label owns the name. So the only thing you can do is change that Kiss to Keys.
Wow.
Because when you use Keys, it is the label's own. So you see, small things like that, small things, they go a long way.
I think that's why they always say, read the fine print. We've been hearing that for years. It's something that we need to start doing. So I think I'd like to open up the floor to any questions that anyone has from Mr. Michael Odiong. Anyone? Okay, that girl in blue. Can you get her a mic? Okay. Help her put it on.
Good afternoon. I wanted to ask what the full meaning of empower and wealth